We are live.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the May 4th work session of the East Hampton Town Board. May the 4th be with you. Carol, if you please read the roll call.
Councilwoman Burke Gonzalez,
Present.
Councilman Lees,
Present. Good morning.
Councilman Overby,
Here.
Councilman Bragman,
Here.
Supervisor Van Scoyac.
President, please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So this morning we have a very full agenda. We always start our meetings with a public portion where any member of the public may call in and comment. And we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And as we move through the meeting, if we get callers on the line, we'll get to them in between topics as best we can. So at this point, do we have any callers on the line yet, Michael?
Yes, we do. I have a caller with the last 4 digits of their phone are 4541. I'll unmute that caller now.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Can you state your name, please?
Okay. Sure, my name is Joe Karpinski.
Hi, Joe. How are you?
I'm fine. I had a quick question for you guys. Last week, I asked the town representation if I could have an answer to what the kilowatt hours will be for the taxpayers of East Hampton. I was told that it would be 0.2 of a cent increase. Under further research, I see that it's going to be in the contract of 22 cents a kilowatt hour. Now that's quite a difference in numbers, considering the fact we only pay 10.9 cents a kilowatt hour right now. With that being the increase, if it's going to be 22 cents a kilowatt hour, that would be 20% increase for our taxpayers in this town. Or it might be 32 cents if it's that 22 cents on top of the 10.9 we pay already. At this point, if you guys do have an agreement that's signed in full and your contracts, I think that you should give it out to all of the constituents of this town. Thank you.
Joe, thank you. If you're referring to South Fork Wind Farm and PSCG's proposed future charges to all of Long Island's ratepayers, my understanding is that additional cost is roughly about $1.58 per month. And that is going to be a fixed cost over the period of that South Fork Wind Farm's life. Whereas with fossil fuels, the price of fossil fuels are subject to change. And I don't think anybody's able to predict what those costs would be. I understand something like a 39% increase in gasoline prices is expected this summer post-pandemic. So I think that's what you're referring to. And again, I would just
what I'm referring to is you have currently online an agreement that has no name stated, no signees. I would like that put on the town website, but the one I have has blanks. So I think that if you signed an agreement, you better have it in full on your website.
I believe it is actually up on the website now, Joe. Appreciate you wanting to see it. I think it's something everybody should take a look at. This is a very important milestone in the town's quest to become a 100% renewable energy town. And I think, we've made great strides with renewable energy here in East Hampton and intend to continue to do so and wean ourselves off of fossil fuels.
All right. Well, I will check your website. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for calling in, Joe. Be well. Michael, do we have any other callers on the line?
We do. The next caller's last 4 digits are 3843. I'll unmute that caller now.
Good morning.
Good morning. Who's calling?
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
My name is Keith Schaefer. My family and I have been residents of Montauk for about 15 years. And I wanted just to express some disappointment that I'm experiencing with the town of East Hampton, specifically, and, you know, I'm not trying to call anybody up, but I'm specifically having trouble with the town clerk's office. My family, and my father specifically, is a 73-year-old resident of Montauk and sent in money for a dumpster pass back in early March. The town cashed it. We assumed it was being mailed. We had yet to receive that dumpster pass. Now we're in May, and my correspondence and conversations with the town clerk, unfortunately, has been not very productive. Apparently she has discretion to not mail out or cancel a replacement, even though the town has accepted the money. Mr. McMasters was very kind to explain the discretion that the town clerk has. And, you know, aside from a legal discretion to not mail me a new one or mail a replacement, I'm talking about like a moral obligation to not just tell me that we're out of luck. So I just wanted to express my disappointment with the town regarding that, and I'm hoping that this phone call could help us solve this very easy problem without having to escalate it further.
Well, I'm not aware of the particulars of your case, but I see that, you know, we do have the town clerk here with us on the line today. So I don't know, Carol, if you wanted to make any comment.
Within our code, those permits are non-refundable, non-replaceable. The permit was mailed to them. I did tell his father the whole story. I was willing, if he wanted to buy another one and the first one surfaced, that I would give him a voucher to give him a refund. I have been through it. It's the same way for everybody. When we used to replace them, we got nailed for it. The code is specific. And I have told them that.
So, Mr. Seeger, that seems like a reasonable solution to the problem. And
so is the town clerk saying that if we buy another one, she'll issue me a refund? Is that what you just said?
Get the first one in the mail, and people have just been getting them that have been mailed out in March. That's the postal system, not us. If you do receive that, I will refund you. If not, I will not.
so it sounds like if you want that permit right away, if you'll purchase a new permit and the other one does show up in the mail, you'll get the refund on that.
And if it doesn't come, then I don't get a refund and have to pay twice. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Great. Well, then let me continue and say I don't think that's particularly fair. We've been, like I said, a resident, taxpayers for over 15 years, and I don't understand a lot of the difficulties and roadblocks we're getting to get a simple matter resolved. It's not, I just don't understand it, and I find it highly disappointing.
Well, I can understand that if you never received the permit and you've paid for it, that you would have some concern about that. And again, you know, the Postal Service, we don't really have any control over. I don't know if you've contacted the Postal Service about the issue, but again, as the clerk said, there are still people receiving items of mail that were mailed out in March. I actually received at my P.O. box in East Hampton a letter that was meant for Fort Benton, Montana, a tax receiver's bill. The only thing in common with the addressee was my P.O. box number. That was it. Didn't have the same zip code or anything. So, I mean, there have been some serious problems in the Postal Service during the pandemic. I think at one point, 70,000 postal workers were out sick with COVID, you know, being frontline workers. And, you know, the Postal Service is still recovering. So I think, you know, for an immediate solution, if you were to purchase again that permit anew, then you could start using it right away. The clerk's office is open if you wanted to come in person and avoid the mail system altogether. And again, if the permit shows up later in the mail, then a refund would be granted by the town clerk. who is an elected official.
I completely understand that, and I can completely understand the separations of power. I guess I just don't understand that if you're willing to sell me a new one, why you can't void the old one. That makes no sense to me. So I certainly understand how the system works with you guys. I get it. But, you know, there's a gap there. And to put the onus on us or to put it on the post office without the town of East Hampton's clerk, you know, offering any other solution than buy another one because I did my job, to me, to my opinion, is just insufficient.
Well, I understand your position, and I do hope it shows up in the mail maybe as early as today.
Yeah, we're ever hopeful over here.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call in.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't, you know, the longer it goes, I unfortunately, I feel like I'm going to be a common occurrence on these calls, unfortunately for all of us.
All right. Well, I'm rooting for you to get it in the mail.
And is this the supervisor that I'm speaking to right now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I left you, I left you a message last week about this, hoping we can resolve this. You know, I've tried to reach out to the clerk a number of times via phone, and the only person that was able to get back to me with any kind of reasonable time frame was Mr. McMaster. So I would just like to thank him for that. You know, and on a high note here.
Right. Well, I'm glad that he was able to reach you. And again, I hope this does work out equitably for everyone.
Okay.
Well, thanks again for calling.
Yeah.
Michael, do we have any other callers on the line?
No, we do not.
Okay. At this point, we'll move on to our first topic, which is bids. We have Jeannie Carrozza, purchasing agent, to go over some bids. Good morning, Jeannie.
Morning. Good morning.
How are you?
All right. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Right, just a few items today. First is an extension of the printing of envelopes and business cards with Montauk Printing and Ridgewood Press. We have a rejection of the purchase and delivery of jet skis. Unfortunately, we didn't get any bids, so we're going to renotice it and try again this Thursday. I'd like to also join the joint municipal bidding with Eastern Suffolk BOCES Cooperative. We use that cooperative several times. It's a big money saver for us, and I'd like to join that for another year. And also we have some notices for some upcoming bids. There is a police department rooftop access ladder, miscellaneous food items for human services, the Springs Library roof replacement, and also we'll be doing an RFP for Camp Hero for the professional engineering services for that Camp Hero wastewater. And that's it.
Any questions for Jeannie? Thank you very much, Jeannie.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Do we have any callers on the line, Michael?
No, we do not.
Okay, that brings up our next topic to discuss, and that's beekeeping at East Hampton Airport. And I believe we have Steve Tuma on the line.
I think it's Bernadette, actually, Ruggiero. And
Oh, hi, Bernadette. How are you?
Steve couldn't make it today, so I jumped in.
Welcome,
Jim-
Bernadette.
and Jim Brundage is also here. I can just introduce you to this. We discussed it very briefly in my last liaison report. It was an idea that came from Jim, actually, I think came from Steve Tuma to Jim Brundage, who supports it and is on the call. And there is a little bit of time urgency here because when you establish hives for bees, it has to be done fairly promptly if you're looking to produce honey, but I don't want to get ahead of myself because I'm not the expert on bees. Bernadette has a visual presentation that she can give you. The only issue I thought might be of concern to the board was potential liability if somebody gets stung by a bee or something happens. And Steve immediately assured me that he would be willing to provide a release of liability, a hold harmless agreement and an indemnification agreement, which would insulate the town from any liability. I think it's probably fairly remote, but a good idea to get. I ran that by John Jilnicki, who's on the call. And so Bernadette has some interesting illustrations. And if you can take it away, you can show us what you're thinking about, Bernadette.
Okay, I wasn't prepared to share my screen, but I'm happy to do that. So give me just 1 second to pull this up. Okay. Okay. Okay, can everybody see
Yep.
my screen?
Now we have it.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I think about 2 years ago, our actually office manager, Cheryl Farrow, she came up with the idea about, we have this vast array of land available to us, whether or not it would be a good idea to install some beehives. And I know how passionate Jim is about his bluebirds. So we thought these might just be the perfect neighbors. And so we've reached out to a couple of beekeepers and ended up finding Chris Kelly from North Fork Promised Land Apiaries, who's been in, as you can see here, he's been in the industry for over 50 years. And he's actually very active on the North Fork and on the South Fork. He's pretty busy. I was trying to get him on the presentation today, but as Jeff just mentioned, the hives, they have priority. He's out installing hives today, but I have his number and can reach him by text. If there are any direct questions I might not be able to answer, I can certainly reach out to him. So why are we doing this? We've probably all heard of it at some point. Latest killer bees threat last year, the honeybee populations are endangered. And with the kind of natural habitat that the airport can provide, we explored that idea. We also, at the same time, recognize that we are not the first ones to come up with this endeavor. And it's actually fairly common to do this around airports due to the protected land. And so we would like to expand. We would like to really, as you can see on the front page, let me go back. This is actually our airport terminal. So this is actually the front page for a children's book we have in the making, which we would be happy to distribute to the local schools and the community, just to raise awareness of the idea of having bees even in your own backyard if you have enough room for that. And so we plan on having the educational part of it, of course, hopefully honey. Just to give a few details about Chris, he is situated at the North Fork. He is a Cornell-trained master beekeeper. He has been working with municipalities for quite some time. So in that process, he acquired all the necessary certificates that suffice. He has worked with, as I said, he has worked with municipalities. So he's used to that kind of working relationship. And let me just move ahead. Yeah, as per the liability, currently we propose a spot which is very protected, as you can see here, is over 3,700 feet away from our main terminal. So, if someone were to be stung by a bee, I think that would be a difficult case to establish where that bee came from, but we are most certainly trying everything we can to avoid that. And for that reason, we also felt it would be a good idea to install a snow fence around the actual location. And of course, no one would be allowed near that who is without the proper equipment and without our master beekeeper, who plans on attending the site once to twice a month during the beekeeping season. I believe in the winter they actually fly off, and it's kind of uncertain if they will come back next year to the same hive, which we hope for. We drove up there with Dana from the airport office, and we are very excited actually about our habitat, all the bluebirds flying around. I was actually able to, this is from our trip with the fox. Unfortunately, he has a little bit of an illness. We have wildflowers. We would be willing to maybe plant some more wildflower seeds. But there are also many bluebirds, blueberry bushes right on the tree line there at that location. So the bees, I believe, have more than plenty to nurture from. Yeah, and then we're hoping to harvest honey and distribute that to the community. And I also was thinking about if we were to take in any funds from the book sale, from a potential book sale or from the honey, we would love to shelter that money back to, or funny that those funds back to local nonprofit and endeavors. And yeah, so the final question is to be or not to be.
I just wanted to add, thank you, Bernadette. I appreciate your doing the screen share. You did it more quickly than I could have done. I just wanted to say that I talked to our own Debbie Klugers about this. She was gracious enough to call yesterday, and we talked a little bit, and she just made it clear that Chris Kelly is the real deal in the world of bees, knows what he's doing, and very, very, very capable. We're in very capable hands here. So, and Jim, if you're there, I'm not seeing you on the.
I'm going to stop my screen share to serve.
Okay, great. Thanks, Bernadette.
You're welcome.
Jim, I just asked Jim Brundage to be here to ensure that he's on board with the project. Am I putting words in your mouth, Jim?
Not at all, Jeff. I am totally on board. As Bernadette said, it's a well-known fact that honeybees have been on the decline in the country, and it could have severe consequences for the environment. So anything we can do to help grow the bee population, I'm all for it. And you know, it's the airport is unique in many ways environmentally, and which benefits the bluebirds, as we've mentioned before. But it's also unique in the fact that we have vast areas of open space with wildflowers that would benefit this project as well. So I think it's a great place to do this. I'm all for it. The project is up against the tree line, so it wouldn't have any effect on any flight operations. And I'm all for it.
Thank you, Jim. So if anybody has any questions or comments, I guess we could take them.
Well, I've kept bees myself.
I'm actually completely supportive of the project. Bernadette.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Who's first?
I've kept bees for a number of years myself on my property. I actually know Chris Kelly. I've purchased bees from him in the past on the North Fork. There's definitely a clear benefit to trying to support honeybee populations, and all pollinators. Pollinators all over are threatened due to chemicals and pollution, and they're absolutely crucial to plant life and to our farms and production of fruit. And so I certainly understand the bee collapse syndrome. I've lost hives myself due to that number of factors that impact negatively on honeybees. I'm very supportive of honeybees anywhere we can put them. I just had a couple quick questions. This would be, I don't know, Jeff, if you've looked into this, or if John wants to weigh in as to whether or not we need to do a license agreement and what the relationship actually is between Sound and the beekeeper. Are we designating an area through a license to allow Sound or Mr. Kelly to utilize that area? And would there be any opportunity for other local residents, for instance, to keep bees within certain areas of the airport going forward as well? Because I know we have a number of local beekeepers. You mentioned Deb Klugers. who's a very prominent local beekeeper, but a number of folks are interested.
I'd hand that off to John in terms of, first of all, I think this is sort of a trial for the first season. I'd defer to John on whether we'd want a license agreement. I know we'll want a hold harmless and indemnification agreement.
Right, we definitely need that. We certainly could include it all in a license agreement, be a non-exclusive license, obviously. And Jim, I don't know, have you designated the areas, or are there designated areas that the participant is aware of where these hives can go? And have we gotten to that point?
We have, and it's far away from any operations and way far away from the terminal. I can't remember what the exact measurement was. That I think it was over 1,000 feet, maybe 1,300 feet, something like that.
3/4 of a mile, I think.
Yeah, from the terminal or any
3,700
areas.
plus feet.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, I mean, we have to put some sort of a little agreement together because we'll need the indemnification and hold harmless. So we could certainly wrap it into a license and define the area where this is to take place. And I don't know, is there available space for additional participants if they were interested, Jim, or is this going to include the whole?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. And, we would welcome that.
Okay.
So is I guess the other question I have is Mr. Kelly looking to get honey production from these hives for resale somewhere else, or is this completely just a not-for-profit donated?
They would all stay within our own premise and up to us how we distribute that. But I was thinking outside of giving that, to certain entities for free, I was thinking it might be a good idea to funnel some of those funds back to nonprofits.
If I could just maybe reference the food pantries or the food banks. Yep. I use honey daily for my allergies, which are crushing me today and yesterday. And honey, and pollinators have been proven to help allergies, and they have. My severity or my length of my severities are decreased, but today it's not so good.
Well, David, we will add you to the distribution list.
Well, no, it's okay.
Loud and clearly.
But I think individuals might want to cook with it. So maybe the food pantries, the food banks might be good locations for the final end use. But Jeff, I thank you. Steve Tuma, thank you very much, Steve and Bernadette, for bringing this forward. It's something that I would support. I think Peter touched on the majority of, we know what's happening environmentally. They are a gatekeeper to a lot of the things that we need to continue on for pollination, and it's something I would support.
Can I just ask a question? How would they access the beehives? Bernadette, you had mentioned that Dana had brought you over. So is it dependent on town staff to?
No, we have our own truck that is able to drive around the airport premise. It's on the northern side of the airport. And no one from the public would be allowed to access the beehives without Chris Kelly, actually, because we would probably get he has the equipment on. I know beekeepers, they are very comfortable around the bees, but for public protection, especially if we have sort of like a school program, then we would have to make sure that the children, that we properly transport them, and then they have the proper equipment on. But honestly, that's down the line, Kathy, and we probably will have another discussion about that before we roll anything like this out. But currently, no one would be allowed near that location without proper equipment and without Chris Kelly. But we would not depend on airport management employees.
So that area is also restricted to the public's not allowed to just go out on the airport grounds, right? Exactly. So it would be in coordination with airport staff, either sound, aviation, or town staff. Is that correct?
Yes.
So they'd be escorted to those locations. So in terms of, this would be a pilot, I guess, see how it goes. Other board members have comments about?
Well, I just want to say, I support the pilot project. Obviously, too, if you're driving around the perimeter of the airport, you're during the season, you're in touch with the control tower too, and all of that. So I support the project.
Thank you.
I support the project. I think a lot of good questions, good information. Thank you, Bernadette, for the slide presentation too, which I think was really fun to watch and cute. So I hope your book does well. And yeah, I'm in support of the project. You know, these are the fascinating things that happen at our airport, is that we have a bluebird population. We have some endangered orchids that are also on the premises that are state orchids, and adding bees seems like a natural way to go. So thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Thanks, Bernadette, for presenting that, and thank you, Jim.
Thank
So,
you, Jack, for bringing this forward.
overall, a very sweet proposition, I guess.
But
We'll have put together an agreement. Do you want to just have like a 1-year pilot and reconvene, and maybe you can present the results in a year? And, it'd be really exciting to hear, how the bees do, whether they were successful, whether there was any hive collapse in that location over the winter months, which has been unfortunately far too common in recent years, hive collapse. So that all sounds really great. I appreciate Jeff, you bringing it to us, and Bernadette for being here to present, and Jim as well. And we'll move forward on that. Sounds like the board's in unanimous support.
So Peter, how have your bees done? I know that they
I lost my bees past winter. They collapsed. The hives collapsed. There was, I think, partially due to the wet fall, there was a lot of raiding of rival beehives of honey stores. And unfortunately, all 3 of my hives collapsed this past year. That's actually quite common now for beekeepers to lose their hives. So I'm looking forward to a renewed season, and we'll try again. It's really important to keep the bees flying.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Do we have any callers on the line, Michael?
Yes, we do. I have a caller with. We'll take that caller. The last 4 digits of that phone number is 5911. I'll unmute that now.
Hi, this is Patrice Dalton from the Aquatic Protection Committee.
Hi, Patrice.
Hi, Patrice.
Hi, Patrice.
That was a great discussion. I wanted to speak in favor of the pilot that's going to be discussed later about that I guess Melissa's going to present about near the general store. Do you know which pilot I'm talking about?
Yeah, the water quality presentation.
The water quality. Yes. I apologize for jumping out of line, but I have to leave, and I just wanted to say that the Aquatic Protection Committee supports this pilot. We have incredibly high levels of nitrogen in various formats in Aquatic Harbor, and we're pushing along on the IA septic systems. But given the time to transport for the water, we would love to see these pilots get going and start to remediate the nitrogen sooner rather than later. So sort of a 2-pronged approach, but just wanted to lend support to that project.
Patrice, thanks so much for calling in, and all you do with APC. The Aquatic Protection Committee has been really active over the years in helping to preserve water quality there. So we appreciate you taking the time to call in support of that project.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we do keep an eye on it, and it's a beautiful place. So hopefully we'll continue to make progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, do we have any other callers on the line?
No, we do not.
Okay. At this point, we'll go to the rezoning of the western portion of Wainscott. Hamlet study implementation discussion. We have our planning director, Joanne Powell, and Sylvia Overby. Councilwoman is the liaison to planning. would you like to do the introduction?
Sure. So this came out of the Hamlet study that we approved finally after several years of going through it with the public. We did it by Hamlet, so and we worked from west to east, and Wayne Scott was the first Hamlet study that we're working on to implement some of the suggestions that were made by the study and by the public themselves as they approved this. So this is part of our comprehensive plan, which again is an important document that's a roadmap for the town of East Hampton. And this is just the beginning of the Hamlet study. There are other big things that are going to also be looked at as we move a little bit further east. So this is the furthest west we can go in our Hamlet with this rezoning that we're going to look at today, and we'll have a public hearing on it. So, other people can have a chance to chime in, and just we're, starting to move forward. We have other things to look at in Wayne Scott, which would be looking at traffic, looking at the pit, looking at the airport, and our water quality issues. So we're working on Wayne Scott in the next few months, and happy to do that.
Thanks for that introduction. Sylvia, Joanne, do you have a?
Yes, good morning. I'm going to share my screen and show you. Are you seeing the aerial now?
Not yet.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, you're just starting. Oops, now we see your whole computer.
Okay. I apologize here.
I have it pulled up if you want me to assist, Joanne.
Yeah, could you do that? I'm sorry, I've got the aerial here, but
Sure. If you just want to release your screen share, I'll share it.
Just go to, there you go.
I took care of that, David.
Thank you, buddy.
We see it now.
Yeah, okay. I actually had the GIS system open. I was hoping to share that with you, but that wasn't working. So the specific parcels recommended to be rezoned are the 7 most westerly parcels located on the northerly side of Montauk Highway, highlighted in blue here. I'm sorry, you what?
Just slide, not just what you want them to see, slide.
One moment, please.
Just grab it. Now move it over here.
Yeah.
You have to ask if they can see it.
Now what?
See if they can see it.
David has got his up now.
And David's doing the screen share, so we're on page 1.
Yeah, okay. IT is just trying to help me share my screen, so
If David has it up.
yeah, if David can stop sharing, wait here behind me to make sure I can do this, then I can share with you.
Are you sharing your screen now?
Go ahead, Joanne.
What are we doing?
You don't want to.
Okay, we have the GIS up.
Yep.
You've got the GIS up. That's all right.
Yes.
Okay, you're good.
Okay. All right. So this is the western part of Wayne Scott, and this, the six
Yeah, I think
parcels,
6 parts. Yeah.
6 parcels highlighted. The one in between what was the former nightclub property that the town already acquired. So there's not really a need to rezone that, which probably will go to Parks and Conservation. Adding the zoning here, you can see that everything to the north of it is B residential zoning, and on the southerly side of Montauk Highway, you have A and A2. So this represents a transitional area. The purpose of LBO zoning is to permit the introduction and continuance of a limited class of low-intensity business uses on residentially zoned properties adjacent to Montauk Highway while preventing strip zoning along the major artery. Rezoning the parcels will prevent the intensification of development and ensure that the uses continue to be low intensity and low traffic generators, providing a residential transitional character and not an undesirable strip development character. Commercial uses allowed under LBO are typically low intensity, low traffic generators that can be designed to function so as to protect and be consistent with the character of the nearby residential uses. And they include animal hut, antique shop, artist and craftsman workshop, office, which includes business, utility, and professional sales offices, personal service shops such as barbershops, beauty parlors, professional studios, travel agencies, a taxi company, or florist or flower shop, or a semi-public facility. So of the 6 parcels under consideration, 5 currently have office uses, which are permitted under the CB zoning district and would become special permit uses under the LBO zoning designation. The 6th parcel has a certificate of occupancy for multiple residents. The cottages is considered pre-existing non-conforming under the CB zoning and would continue to be so under the LBO zoning. There are a number of LBO regulations that would apply to these lots. First of all, the LBO designation would cover the first 200 feet from Montauk Highway. And essentially all of these lots would be entirely within the LBO. Lots with an existing residence within 150 feet of Montauk Highway are required to incorporate or make use of the existing residence for the commercial uses. They may renovate, rehabilitate, or expand the residence to accommodate the business use, but are not allowed to demolish, move, or remove the residence. 3 of the parcels, the most westerly ones, were built as commercial structures. Then you have the multiple use cottages. So you only have the 2 easterly most ones have existing residences that would be required to make use of those residences, but they would be allowed to renovate, rehabilitate, and make additions to them. In an LBO district, a combined maximum of 2,000 square feet of the total gross floor area of all structures on the parcel may be used for commercial use. The 3 westerly most, collectively known as the Wainscott Professional Center, were constructed at approximately 3,000 square feet, and they would be pre-existing non-conforming with regard to building size and use of commercial area. 2 of them, the easterly most, would be below the maximum of 2,000 square feet of commercial area, and they would be allowed to expand up to that 2,000 square foot limit. And then the multiple residence, if redeveloped to a commercial use, would be limited to 2,000 square feet. Under the LBO regulations, no new single and separate vacant lot can be created unless the planning board requires a recordable instrument limiting the new lot to single family residence. 3 of the lots, the westerly most ones where the Wainscott Professional Center buildings on them, have large lot easements on them, so they can't be subdivided in any case. Factoring in parking requirements, 2 of the other parcels could not be practically developed if subdivided under current zoning. Those 2 easterly ones are in the 8,000 to 10,000 square foot range. And if I looked at some of the other lots in the area, if you, just as comparison, if you look at the lot containing the seafood shop the one with the bagel shop, the one with it has a blinds curtain shop business, and the walk-in medical center. Those lots are all approximately in the 8 to 10,000 square foot range. So it gives you a visual of how I think you can see that wouldn't be practical to divide any of those lots in any case. The only lot that really would be capable of subdivision is the one containing the cottages. And that wouldn't have sufficient area under the, right now under the CV zoning, you can create 3,000 square foot lots. But again, 3,000 square foot lot, when you look at the other lots in the area that are 8 to 10,000 square feet, it's hard to imagine how you could develop a 3,000 square foot lot unless you were looking at attached buildings and on-street parking. So there are also a number of special permit standards that would apply to the LBO, including, again, the existing use of existing residential buildings, encouraging lawns, retention of a significant vegetation such as large trees, creating parking that's unobtrusive and screened with landscaping. And finally, the dimensional regulations, including setbacks and coverage of a B residence zoning designation, would apply to the lots. This would largely result in a requirement for greater minimum setback requirements for principal and accessory uses, but I'm looking at this, the existing buildings will generally exceed the setbacks under the proposed rezoning. And in terms of coverage, it would result in significantly less building and total coverage being permitted, which would be consistent with the creation of a more residential transitional corridor. But even with this reduction in coverage, it's estimated that the existing building coverage will be below what's permitted on 5 of the 6 lots and will be pre-existing non-conforming grandfathered on the 6th lot. So my memo goes into much greater detail looking at each specific lot and giving numbers, but in conclusion, the Wayne-Scott Hamlet study recommends that this area be rezoned from central business to B residence with a limited business overlay to prevent highway sprawl, reduce traffic, and create a transitional zone between the residential area and the more developed commercial area. So if the town board agrees to rezone these parcels, it should consider scheduling a public hearing on the matter.
So, and can you just point to the, you mentioned the lot that has the curtain store and the medical facility on it. Can you just point that out to me? I just want to get oriented here.
Yes.
It's way over.
Yeah, I'm just.
Side, it's next to Waynescott Northwest Road.
So it right here, can you see where the cursor is?
Before that,
oh, okay.
There yet. There you are. There you are. That's
and then the medical center is behind that, and then this one is the curtain shop or blind shop. Across the street is the bagel shop and seafood shop in here. Those are about 8 to 10,000 square feet, which is about the size of the 2 easterlymost ones being proposed to be rezoned.
Got it. Thank you.
Joanne, do you want to just, since we are changing it from CB, central business use, what are some of the uses that could be in central business use?
In central business or in LBO?
No, well, you've gone over what LBO is, so I was wondering, just so people listening in, the intensity of use that could be there, and that's one of the reasons that we're looking at an LBO.
It would be all retail uses, really. So you could have ice cream stores, delis. You could have service commercial uses are allowed in central business, but the main one that's the main traffic generator that's not allowed in LBO is general retail, because that has a high turnover, high traffic turnover.
But you could do an LBO retail with a special permit, as a couple of locations are in Amagansett in the south of the highway.
No, you're not able to. No, you can't have general retail in an LBO.
What
You
there
can
are
do-
isn't Tina the store in Amagansett that has a special permit, or is that pre-existing non-conforming for retail?
I'd have to go back and look, David. I don't recall.
I believe it's pre-existing non-conforming, David, that was a retail store done with the town maybe 20, 30 years ago, when it was seasonings, and then it was something, back in the day.
Good job on the seasoning. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, that has its own kind of special permit that was allowed to go in there and can continue to be retail, clothing retail. If it.
I've got the use table here, and you could have in a CB, you can have a garden center, you can have a funeral home, you can have a carpentry, plumbing, or heating supply shop, a bank, artist craftsman workshops.
I think one of the statistics to look at here is the central business would allow for roughly 50% of the property be covered with a building.
Yeah.
Whereas LBO, it's about 20%. And I believe most of those properties are currently under what the LBO maximum would be. So there's only, I think, one property that actually exceeds what LBO would allow. And that is the 10,913 square foot parcel, which I believe is the most easterly of the 6 parcels. And that would be pre-existing non-conforming, would be rendered pre-existing non-conforming if an LBO was put in place.
And 2 other major differences would be that in CB, you can have a bar or tavern and a restaurant. You would not be allowed to have those in LBO.
Yeah, although I doubt that you could meet the wastewater requirements for a restaurant. So that's probably not a likely scenario.
Joanne, can you assist me with, I think you called it the Wainscott Commercial, the 3 properties on the far west. So they long time ago, it looks like they have shared parking on there, which is something that the Hamlet study has recommended. When they came in for that, were they developed as 3 individual properties or one application?
They actually, I think it came in for subdivision, and I think they developed each parcel individually, if I recall right, but they were all done at the same time. So it was, it's not exactly shared parking, but the lots do connect to each other. So each one stands on its own, but they share an access. So they were developed together, but I believe that it was one, each one had its own application, and it was done after subdividing the lots.
And the one to the right, the non-conforming hotel use, they take access both off the highway and also off an open road to the north?
Yes, it appears that way anyway. I'm not familiar with the back of the parcel, but it appears that there is an access that connects to Eastgate Road from the back.
Yeah, I think they only go off of Eastgate Road for some reason, but I'd have to go back and look.
And I guess my question about the 3 in the far left, when they were developed, was there any other restrictions or covenants put on the property during those during the subdivision process and the planning process?
Large lot easements. I believe that is only large lot easements.
And that was a limiting factor then on total build out?
No, that just meant that under CB zoning, that is a very small lot area requirement, and that they couldn't be further subdivided, although it wouldn't be practical to do so anyway.
Any other questions from board members at this time?
Well, yeah, I just have comments on it. I dissented on the option to change this to central business during the Hamlet studies, and primarily I think we are all very wary of, let me just go the home goods effect maybe at that store. I probably would have, and to me, one of the biggest things for central business is the setbacks to front yard. Not even mostly the side yard, but the front yard setbacks, in which central business are very limiting right now. There's a lot of relief granted. I think they're only 5 feet compared. If you went to LBO, it could be 20 or 15, depending on the lot. What happened with home goods is that the property of the structure was put further forward, so there can be the parking in the back. If I had my drudgers or there, I probably would have looked to grant them parking relief to have the structure further off the highway, to take care of the visual massing off the highway. And also now seeing over multiple years how that property is being used, the parking lot is not 3/4 filled the majority of the time. It's difficult for me to say that, based on particularly the 2 smaller ones on the eastern side, that they could be developed in anything that would be of extremely intense use. I would think, not even the retail, but a commercial business use, because of the need for the amount of parking that they would have to do. Could they get parking in lieu? Maybe, but they still wouldn't have the parking that they would need to in the site plan for large buildings, septic systems, as we discussed. Considering there's no centralized septic system there. When we start getting to the 4 to the left there, I'd be more interested in trying to limit the envelopes for development, not necessarily limit what their business uses would be. I believe we were, as a board, we're going to look into changing the use tables. I mean, maybe about a year and a half ago, as we keep saying. I don't know if Jeff, I think you were going to look into it. There was information about you still allow tanneries in the town of East Hampton. That's antiquated. There's roads named it, but it's not used. So there's things I think the board has to continue looking and changing the use tables also. And I would be more in a favor of trying to develop maybe a crossover of those two, of the LBO or the central CB in this area, that would still allow for some of the CB uses, but also then use for the land use restrictions that LBO have, and mostly considering setbacks.
So as I understand it, David, you would prefer to limit the intensity of development rather than the actual use. And
correct.
Whereas the code kind of addresses the central business as it's pretty broad, the number of business uses that can be, it's the least restrictive, I guess, business. And so I appreciate what you're saying. I think, the way these lots sit now, for the most part, they're pretty much in alignment with what LBO is. They're not developed to the intensity that we see, further east, with parking lots right up on the highway and the buildings close to the highway. For the most part, these already represent what LBO looks like. And it would tend to kind of freeze things to some degree in place. Although I did note earlier that all but one of these properties could expand their physical space by another couple thousand square feet, I believe, and still be in compliance with LBO. Most of them are under what the LBO maximum building coverage would be currently, with the one exception. So, I think this is the entrance into East Hampton. It's the entrance into Wainscott. The town board purchased 4 of the properties, the brown properties, to the west of these rezoned properties, in order to protect the corridor and the entrance to Wainscott. I was on the board at the time, Sylvia, I know you were as well. When we purchased those properties, we've purchased the Wainscott Green property where the former nightclub was. And this is another step towards softening the entrance into Wainscott. I think, it was supported and suggested and recommended in the Hamlet study plan. I appreciate your concerns, David, and because there is really, I think, a very limited number of commercial properties within the town that are available. So to reduce the potential of types of businesses, I think that's something we can look at going forward with maybe a review and update of the zoning use tables. As you said, there are some things that need to be adjusted there.
So let me, so we've been working on the use table, and I know Joanne has some planners working on it, also with Lisa LaCourie. We've been working on it, so there is some movement here. We've always, so thank you, David, for bringing that up. I will say, and I appreciate David's comments, that there, in the Hamlet study, there is more opportunity for central business. So I think that the goal here was to mitigate traffic impact and to, I think as Peter said, it sort of soften the area. So you're coming into a mostly residential community that will have some centralized business in the appropriate area. I think now that the town has purchased those brown properties, or those 4 properties to the east, and the nightclub, I think putting in what would really happen if those were all developed as CB, I think is not what you want to see there. You want to move that development to a different location within the hamlet, and that's what the Hamlet study does. So I don't think it's a missed opportunity for central business, because I think we're going to have that opportunity in other places in the Hamlet study.
I wanted to jump in and agree with that, actually. I like the LBO designation. I think it's simple and straightforward, and it's worked in the past. I was around when they first conceived it and enacted it as a zoning district many years ago. And I think it kind of very neatly accomplishes exactly what Wayne-Scott wants and what we want. We want to make Wayne-Scott not a drive-through community. We want to try to limit that, sprawl, that commercial sprawl that, lines the highways and becomes so unattractive that people just breeze through it. So I like it. I think it keeps the development in character, and it limits the uses nicely. And I'd be afraid of, opening it up even on smaller lots. There's just so much economic pressure that I'd be hesitant to open this up to more intensive development, because it is a critical, view shed. It's a gateway to Wayne-Scott, and it's got to set the tone.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I did. Sylvia, thank you for letting me know that the use tables are worked on. Jeff, I apologize for mentioning your name there. But as we move forward, I think that's really important. I still think that a lot of the characteristics can be dealt with through the ARB to make sure that the uses of a property, if it's redeveloped, can be aesthetically appealing. The vernacular, I think, is the name we use. The only other question I have is LBO. Can we do affordable apartments above LBO if a property was developed?
You can, David. And really the only constraint there might be what septic flow is on the parcel.
That's great. I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, no. And I think that's a perfect segue into, the Rick Del Mastro Green dedicated to him. I mean, there's a little park right there where you could have, residents that if that ever happens in those LBO properties, it's a great place to walk to. So, I think developing it as that low intensity feel on that section and with the number of trees that are there, you wouldn't be clear cutting any trees off of any of those properties. It would be, I think it's important. I think that area needs that low use as you come into some of those higher intensity uses like the home store.
Right. Well, at this point, unless board members have any other comments or questions, comments, I think we should probably schedule a public hearing and hear from the public on this.
That's great. I would like to do that. Does the town board support listening, having a public hearing on this?
Yes.
Yes.
I think it's ready to go forward.
Okay, that's great. So we'll schedule that.
Plan on scheduling that for a public hearing.
So Joanne, can you do that, please? And maybe, can we have it on for this Thursday, the scheduling of the public hearing, not the public?
Prepare a resolution to schedule the hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe Carol will schedule the town clerk schedules a public, oh no, I'll work with the attorney. For the resolution, yes.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on, we're up to the Water Quality Technical Advisory Committee.
Excuse me,
RFA
Mr.
funding.
Supervisor. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We do have a caller if you wish to take between
Let's take
topics.
a caller. Sure, let's take the caller.
Thank you. So the caller is, the last four digits of this caller's number is 0299. I'll unmute that caller now.
Good morning, Supervisor Van Scorak, members of the town board. This is Carolyn Logan Gluck calling.
Hi, Carolyn. How are you?
Hi, Carolyn.
I'm fine, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you very much for moving forward with implementing this aspect of the Wainscott Hamlet study. I think, as you know, this has great support from the residents of Wainscott, and so I think it will achieve the goals that you've all stated so well. And I just wanted to say again, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Carolyn.
Carolyn.
Appreciate the support. Michael, do we have any other callers on the line?
No, we do not.
Okay. In that case, we'll move on. Water Quality Technical Advisory Committees, RFA funding recommendations. We have Melissa Winslow and Chris Clapp, who's the chair of the committee. Welcome. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you
Good
for having
afternoon.
us. I'm just going to share my screen for the presentation. So I'm Melissa Winslow. I'm a senior environmental analyst in the town's natural resources department. And I will be giving an overview of the application and review process guidelines, and then hand it over to Chris, the chair of the Water Quality Technical Advisory Committee, to go into detail on all of the projects that will be recommended for funding today. So the request for application process was developed in 2019 as a method to fund high impact water quality improvement projects that were not already included in the town's water quality improvement plan. This process allows for the Technical Advisory Committee to receive applications from both municipal agencies, outside agencies with water quality improvement projects with sufficient detail for standardized review. And so the committee can make direct comparisons between projects for prioritization of funding allocations. This round of the RFA was issued on January 11th and was closed on March 11th. We had a total of approximately $700,000 available for grant awards. I also want to note that this will be the only round of the RFA this year based on the availability of funding in CPF water quality. All applications undergo a thorough review process. They're reviewed by the Town Review Committee, which is made up of staff from the CPF office, Natural Resources, and the Planning Department, and then is reviewed at length with the committee in several sessions. So we received a total of 11 applications. 6 were deemed complete, eligible, and will be recommended today. And then 5 were either incomplete, ineligible for funding, or low ranking and will not be recommended. So this is a list of all the applications that we received. The top 6 will be recommended for either partial or full funding awards to complete a water quality improvement project. They were pretty well balanced with the recommendations. So we had 2 wastewater treatment upgrade projects in the village of Sag Harbor, which is moving forward with expanding their sewer service area for their existing sewage treatment plant. And Montauk Shores upgrading their existing septic systems to a sewage treatment plant. We had 2 non-point source stormwater abatement projects, one from Friends of Georgic Pond at the 27 rest stop in Wainscott, and one in Harding Terrace in the Neva Beach subdivision impacting Sag Harbor Bay. And lastly, 2 non-point source groundwater remediation projects. One project on Georgica Pond, sponsored by the Peconic Land Trust, and then one on Accabonac Harbor on the Springs General Store property, which Patrice Dalton called in to support earlier. And that's sponsored by Cornell Cooperative Extension. These projects account for a total award of a recommendation for award of $666,503 for funding immediately upon approval following the public hearing, which would be increased to a total of $745,728 if conditions are met to award a funding award to Cornell Cooperative Extension for their proposed multi-phase PRB project. And Chris will detail all of these projects shortly. The other 5 projects, we had 2 commercial IA upgrades, a proposed soil boring analysis at Wainscott Pond, a watershed plan update in Sag Harbor, and a commercial aquaculture startup project in 3 Mile Harbor that were submitted but did not receive a recommendation from the committee at this time. So this is just an overview of the application scoring system that's used as a tool to rank and prioritize water quality improvement projects for funding. Each project is first reviewed for mandatory criteria, checks that each project is actually eligible for the funding based on the requirements in the CPF law. We look at things such as project feasibility, longevity, and expected success in leading to a water quality improvement. Once a project is considered eligible, each is reviewed for factors such as water quality improvement, cost, project readiness, and maintenance and monitoring. I know you've seen this before. I just wanted to point out one change that was made for this round of funding. And this was to provide credit to projects that target a source reduction of a priority pollutant. And this supports our long-term goal for improving water quality by targeting the cause of the problem rather than treating the result of the problem once it's already reached our water bodies. The Water Quality Committee and Town Board developed this guideline for funding large-scale septic upgrades through the RFA. We prioritize funding for these kinds of projects in high-priority areas located in the Water Protection District, higher flows, or areas with known water quality impacts. The only one really relevant for this discussion today is commercial properties, which are eligible under this program for voluntary upgrades only. And they would be able to receive up to 65% of the eligible costs for properties located in the Water Protection District, or 50% of eligible costs outside of the Water Protection District. These costs that are eligible are for really just the system installation only and doesn't include engineering, permitting, or consultant fees and other miscellaneous costs. These awards are capped for commercial properties at $200,000, and they're really intended to provide an incentive for these projects to move forward, as they can be some of the largest sources of contaminants. But grants through this program for for-profit entities aren't really intended to fund the full cost of the project. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Chris Clapp, who's the chair of our Water Quality Advisory Committee, to review the recommendations for funding awards with the board.
Thank you, Melissa. Chris?
Thank you, Melissa. And thank you, town board members. Good afternoon. So the first project up here kind of piggybacks along off of the previous discussion of the Wainscott area. This project has come before us over the last few years, and finally has hit a point of maturation that is able to begin to proceed with its next or final design phase to add some increased stormwater retention and stormwater abatement projects to reduce nutrient, sediment, and bacteria loads to the Georgica Pond watershed at the 27 rest stop. A number of improvements have been made since the last time we saw this project, including addressing some stormwater inflows north of Montauk Highway and increasing well, while it says maintaining access, I believe it's actually increasing access because it turns the kind of grassy knoll that people use over there into an ADA accessible site. So I believe it actually increases access as opposed to just maintaining it. The project received an 80 out of 100 for the on the ranking sheet, and has a total project cost of $163,500 for this phase of the project, and which the committee recommends the town board award $50,000 to the Friends of Georgia Pond for the final engineering and design for the stormwater abatement project at the Montauk Highway rest stop. On the next page is the plan of the site. You can see here one of the big improvements since the last time we saw this project was the addition of some drainage structures on the north portion of Old Montauk Highway, and also some new drainage structures on the south side. Meanwhile, capturing and retaining nutrients, sediments, and pathogen in the bioswales on the western end of the project. All the while leaving as much of the existing vegetation intact and revegetating the area that's currently being used as the kayak launch site in an effort to divert people towards the new ADA accessible path. Okay, so continuing on with this this area of the town is the project proposed by the Peconic Land Trust to this is the property purchased with CPF funds and as well as with private funds.
It's actually private funds.
It's all private funds, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Peconic Land Trust purchased this with the help of a private donor. Certainly one was on the town's CPF list for many, many years.
It was.
We had been attempting to acquire it.
So where the current restaurant will be removed and the site will be restored, and the portion of the request for this to the committee was for the non-point source pollutant reduction portion of the project. So Peconic Land Trust and others are paying for the restoration, the demolition and restoration of the site. And the request before us here is for a permeable reactive barrier to intercept water coming from the north and west that is flowing into the headwaters of the creek there. SUNY Stony Brook's Center for Clean Water Technology is a partner on this project. We'll be monitoring for PFAs as well as nutrient loads going into and coming out of the permeable reactive barrier. For those of you who don't know, a permeable reactive barrier is just as it sounds. It's a trench is dug into the ground, and wood chips or other source of carbon is put there to intercept the water as the water continues along its flow path into the receiving water body. And in this case, Stony Brook University is doing the monitoring for the project. So the total project cost came in at $110,278. Eligible costs are $74,428. Thereby, the committee recommends to the town board awarding $74,428 to the Peconic Land Trust. And the picture of the site, or the rendering of the site, you can see it's kind of hard to see. I don't know if you guys could squint and look in at some of all the red that's underlying on the screen where the structures were, where the old sanitary system was, and a small parking area, walkway, and observation deck will be left. This project is not paying for all that. We are paying for the permeable reactive barrier to intercept the nutrient loads on the site, which I believe we could see on the next slide. So the green line with the blue dots is where the proposed permeable reactive barrier will be put in place to intercept the contaminated groundwater as it enters into the creek. Probably one of the more exciting projects, sorry, I get excited about this stuff. It's what my life has come to. But the expansion of the Sag Harbor wastewater management district, they have realized through upgrades that they have excess capacity at the treatment plant, and expanding their district to include more existing residences will help balance their flow, make the plant operate more efficiently, and remove a lot more nutrients from the watershed from mostly smaller parcels that probably couldn't do septic upgrades anyway. So this particular portion of the project will convey 9,800 gallons per day of sanitary waste to the treatment plant. I believe that's, we have this on the slide, 33 additional parcels, most of which are believed to be cesspool only parcels. One of the higher ranking projects of the year at 94 out of 100. The original request was 316,800. We pulled out the contingency and we have 288,800. And this is for the final engineering and design for the project. It's likely they will then come back with their engineering report and ask for implementation fees. So the advisory committee recommends this project to move forward by the town board. And here you can see area L, some bigger parcels, some smaller parcels, but it's an expansion, the next sewer shed over from the existing Seward area, or next one to the east from the Seward area. I believe Southampton is picking up the price for a couple of sewer sheds to the west of the area as well. So all in all, for Sag Harbor, a good year to begin to move some of these projects forward. Montauk Shores, as you know, has been before the committee for several years now. And they looking to upgrade or install an Appendix A sewage treatment plant. Their existing flow at with their current square footage is roughly 43,773 gallons per day. Most of those trailers, the whole 198 trailers on the site, most of those are either conventional septic systems and many cesspools, leaching either directly to the ocean or through the ditch into South Lake Montauk. So this project will be a significant water quality improvement to those watersheds. There's lots of concerns about public health at Ditch Plains, whether or not the pathogens that we're seeing in the water at Ditch Plains are from that community or not is still a question, but it's highly suspect. So their current permit allows them for a discharge of 26,524 gallons per day, and they're seeking a design flow of 47,000 gallons per day. Their total project cost is just under $2.4 million, and they're seeking $480,556 from the CPF fund. However, as Melissa had mentioned before, with commercial properties, we have a cap of $200,000 that we had agreed to. So with that, And seeing that this does have a significant improvement upon water quality, the advisory committee recommends to the town board to award Montauk Shores their cap of $200,000 to build the STP for the site.
Hey, Chris,
Now-
do we have
yes.
reason to believe that with an award of $200,000 and a project cost of 2.4 million, that they will do this upgrade?
We believe that they're going to do it anyway. We think
Okay.
they have to do this.
Gotcha.
And they likely want to do this. And so it was just a matter of, being a part of moving them forward or not. So, we weren't able to give them as much as they'd like, given our current guidelines and given our current budget. But we are recommending the most that we have underneath our current guidelines to move them forward.
Chris,
They also already have their design completed, and they've gone through the health department, they've gone through border review. So that's a pretty substantial investment already. So we, have reason to believe that they're going to move forward with this
They're going to
project.
move forward.
Yeah.
Are they in the planning department at all for any changes?
Not right now. No, I don't believe so.
Are they going to be capped? I mean, I've watched Montauk Shores condominiums just get bigger and bigger when it appears as though by everything that when I was on the planning board that they are finished. I mean, that they can't continue to get bigger, and they
Right,
seem doing
that
it.
was one of the conditions we wanted to put on them accepting the funds, was that they would be capped at their current flow of 43,073 gallons, and that they that they couldn't realize their full design flow of 47,000 gallons.
Okay, so are they? I mean, there's been, I haven't been out to look, but are they going to some of these trailers are getting bigger? Some of them aren't even called trailers anymore. They're not movable. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to look at this and say the money is okay when they don't seem to be playing by the rules that, I mean, if their Speedy's permit is for 26,000 gallons a day and they're already almost twice that much, that doesn't give me a lot of confidence, is my problem with this.
Absolutely understandable. This is why it's been back for its third, if not fourth year of funding request, because the committee has had those same concerns. But
there's obviously a need here, and
that I agree with.
It's woefully inadequate. The treatment that's going on, or lack of treatment, is a serious problem. There has been for years. I think capping any future expansion on that property and limiting it to the existing flow and then dealing with the flow that is there now in a way that alleviates much of the pollution that it's contributing. Significant, step forward.
Yeah, I believe, Brian Frank had mentioned that, for some of the trailers that have yet to undergo a renovation, that that they don't even make that size trailer anymore, so that even the standard size trailer is slightly bigger than what is currently there. So there's a little bit of wiggle room for those who have not made conversions yet to be able to replace in kind with what's currently available. But the conversion of a single wide trailer to a 2 or 3 story unit is of concern, and we hope that by maintaining their existing flow, that will cap that, will be able to prevent them from doing that or deter.
Well, I mean, the award could be conditioned upon that.
Yes, that's
And
what we're recommending.
And I think that that's a reasonable request under the circumstances.
So how long do they have to use this money if they don't move forward in getting it done?
We typical, the town attorney could chime in if you'd like, but I believe we typically make a 1-year awards that you could have extensions. You get 2 1-year extensions off of. So it's a 1-year award, and then they'd have to ask for an extension.
That's correct, Chris. That's what we've been doing.
But as Melissa stated, they are pretty far along in their permitting process. And, from the committee's perspective, the improvement in water quality either to South Lake or to the ocean at Ditch was just undeniable. And, if we could have, some contribution that would then potentially have the impact of limiting them to their current footprint, we felt that was a win for both sides.
I mean, I agree with that. I'm just a little bit anxious about it at the same time.
Rightfully so.
Any other questions on Montauk Shores or comments?
Here we go.
Yeah, you can see the density there. I mean, that's obviously nothing like even C zoning. I mean, that's just about as dense, I think, as any place in the entire town in terms of habitation and the septic generated there. Clearly, this is not the way we do things anymore, and we should do everything we can to remediate the negative impacts that this has on our water quality. So, I mean, for me personally, I think this is a very significant project to give assistance to. It's a major contributing factor. Many suspect, I've heard from a number of surfers who believe that the water quality at one of the best surf breaks in the East Coast is negatively impacted, especially after rainfall events that, people are getting sick swimming in that water. So I think it's imperative we do something to alleviate that issue.
Are we okay to move on to the next project, or?
Sure. Thank you.
Continuing the theme of some of the green infrastructure projects currently underway or in their final stages within Sag Harbor, the Harding Terrace green infrastructure at Nineveh Beach. We actually only are recommending partial funding for this project, as we're starting to run tight on funds this year. So we chose half of the project that contributed towards the Northwest Creek side rather than directly to the Sag Harbor Bay side of the community. And their proposal is to build rain gardens and bioswales at the end of the roadway, where existing dry wells are not graded in such a way that they only capture the highest storm flows, and that the majority of the water actually goes around the current dry wells. And the current design flow of these rain gardens could handle up to 1.25 inches or so of rain, and the larger storms up to 5-inch rain could handle the dry wells could handle. So this would be a significant reduction in nutrients and pathogens, primarily pathogens, to the surrounding water bodies. And we have a picture. So the recommended award is $53,275. and their eligible costs were 143. But again, we had to pare it back because the budget was running short this year. And so the right-of-way rain gardens in yellow would capture most of the flow as it comes down Taft Place and Harding Terrace. This is actually, I don't know how many people head back there a little, but these are actual some pretty good little rollers of hills that head down towards the creek here on your right-hand side of the screen. And with a larger road end rain garden capturing the majority of the flow before it enters the creek. And as Patrice mentioned in her call in earlier, from the Accabonac Harbor Protection Committee has begun a project with Cornell Cooperative, along with the owner of the Springs General Store, to intercept the groundwater flow reaching the back of Accabonac Harbor. Some investigation wells have noted total nitrogen concentrations upwards of 26.2 milligrams per liter. That's more than 2.5 times the EPA limit for drinking water, and about 30 times the amount that a estuary could handle. Much of that nitrogen is coming in the form of ammonium, which means it's entering into the groundwater and not even having time to turn into nitrate, which could be removed by a typical permeable reactive barrier. So the way the permeable reactive barriers typically work is you provide a carbon source that slows the water down. That carbon source provides food and a surface for bacteria that break nitrate down to nitrogen gas. However, when it comes in the form of ammonium, it hasn't had time to react with bugs that use oxygen to turn it into nitrate. So this project is a pilot project in that they will be turning the ammonium through an oxidation process into nitrate before it hits the permeable reactive barrier, which would then turn the nitrate into nitrogen gas. So this is a novel approach that hasn't been used here on Long Island yet, to my knowledge. And the funding award would be contingent upon them finishing that investigation phase of phase 1 and site characterization phase of phase 1 to show that the project could move forward. So this is more of a contingent award, that if phase 1 will pan out, that the project could go forward, we will fund phase 2.
I just ask a question, not to get in the weeds. What are the kinds of organic compounds that will break down the ammonium? It's more than just oxygen, I gather.
It's a biogeochemical process. So it's mostly the microbes that do all the work, right? So there's nitrifiers and then there's denitrifiers. So the nitrifiers need oxygen to take the ammonium and convert that into nitrogen gas. And this plume of groundwater is either low in oxygen, or the source of the load is so nearby that it hasn't had time to react to turn from ammonium to nitrate.
That's why you want a separation from your septic.
That's why you need separation from
so that the bacteria get a chance to do their work before it hits groundwater. That's why we have those separations to groundwater rules.
So it's the oxygen that energizes that nitrification process?
That's correct. That's correct. So the
bacteria,
it allows the bacteria, the nitrifiers, the nitrosomonas bugs to survive. They simply just cannot survive in an anoxic environment.
I see.
That's part of what the IA systems do, is they oxygenate.
Entirely how all those
basically
IA systems.
culture. It's basically like an aquarium. Basically, you're pumping oxygen in to keep the bugs alive, to process and remove the nitrogen.
So this
So this is-
cartoon.
So
Go
this
ahead.
is ammonia. This is coming from the spring school, correct?
Well, it's coming from a number of sources.
But I think that wasn't there. I mean, part of it was the spring school, and now that
Right,
they've got the new IA system there, that's going to be, help tremendously. But I noticed that, I apologize, you're going to take us through this map here, but I noticed that there's no map where exactly this PRB would go. Is it down by the kayak launch on the property of the Springs General Store?
That's correct.
Okay.
Kind of along the fence line there at Springs General. I have a graphic I can send to you, Kathy.
Yeah, and
and
these-
in the presentation.
These will be, they won't be trenching. They won't be digging and trenching to do this. This would be a series of injection type wells. So the aeration well will be just that. It'll be a pump creating an aerated zone, and then that will have several feet until it goes through. I don't want to say oil. Oil-based sounds bad, but it's sort of a cellulose
carbon.
It's a cellulose-based solution that gets injected in that acts as the barrier instead of digging a trench.
So the injection wells could contain any number of things. Soybean oil, could be molasses. There are a number of different types of products that could be injected. And what's novel about this is that we're injecting oxygen to help with that process.
And I think it's the third one that we have now funded or have gotten grant funding for.
Correct.
Right. I mean, we also approved the Asheville Hall IA
upgrade
in the upgrade in that region. So, and this is an area of concern for us due to the fact that there are such high levels of nitrogen entering the creek, and we know that, as Chris stated, that the levels far exceed what the aquatic environment really can tolerate, and it's having a really negative impact. So another great project, in my opinion.
And, there were concerns amongst the committee members that, that it's a project that requires ongoing treatment and maintenance on private property. And there were concerns over what would happen to the project should the property change hands. And I believe they were agreeing to a covenant to continue the project upon transfer, so long as the data showed it was required. So Councilwoman Burke Gonzalez, as you'd mentioned, the spring school had its upgrade done. So if that was the largest contributor and we see the nitrogen levels going down over time to an acceptable level, they could simply either slow down or stop the treatments at the site. So that's kind of the nice thing about these injection wells is that you can kind of turn them on or off as the data is informing you.
Great, thank you.
So in total, as Melissa had mentioned early on, we set ourselves a budget of approximately $700,000 for the application period this year, and have come in, if the Cornell project proves to move forward this year, of $745,728. If that Cornell project does not move forward this year, we are at $666,503.
So we pretty much went through all of these proposed projects, and board members, we discussed some of them, but do you want to go through and just one by one talk about whether or not you support, and we'll just kind of get an idea about whether or not you support the project as proposed.
Sure. I mean, I think the first two are almost work in conjunction with each other. That would be the abatement from the Friends of Georgia Pond, and also the Conic Land Trust project 1 and 2. I think it's great for the watershed of Georgia Pond. I want to thank the private donor for the funding, but it's also great for the hamlet of Wainscott right now, in which is taking not a building or a property that everyone's known as contributing to degradation of the pond. So those two have been wish list ones. I think they're looking great. I would like to continue outreaching to the state DOT for cleaning of the catch basins that go up and down 27. With that, I think that also will help. The project is at the rest stop, but to me, both of those are home runs.
Anybody else on those first two? I mean, those properties have been the focus of the town's efforts in conjunction with Friends of Georgia Association and the village. We've been working on that area in Wainscott, and this, furthers that effort. As David said, it's well warranted, in my opinion.
I also like how there'd be a portion of public access still to the pond allowed there, and also the informational kiosk, educational kiosks, let people know what's going on with the projects and why it's important.
Other board members supportive?
Yeah, I support it. I actually support all 6 projects that were presented today. And
maybe that's a quicker way to deal with it. Everybody support all the projects. There are any you don't support?
I support all of them. I think the presentation is great, and they make sense, and it's very encouraging to watch this new kind of science help us, slowly turn away from the continued degrading of water quality through these pollutants.
Yeah, I agree with all the projects. My concerns were the one that I mentioned, the Montauk Shores condominium. This kind of, as Jeff just said, new science only works if we don't continue to add any more nitrogen and increasing the density and that might happen at Montauk Shores. That is a concern of mine. So, but I support this project. I understand the need to clean up the beach at Ditch, and this will help do that.
Yeah, I completely agree with Sylvia on that as far as the funding source. I look forward to moving forward with that project. The Village of Sag Harbor, I did meet a couple of years back with the former mayor and a couple of trustees. I'm happy that we're looking into that engineering design specifically, since the majority of those locations are within the town of East Hampton in that area. Nineveh, as I think the committee knows and the board knows, what I like about their application, reading through it, is that they're going to have a level of maintenance. So we know that these projects aren't going to be just going in looking nice, but they're going to be maintained well, and there's going to be monitoring on them. And that's part of the application process, which makes the process more complete to me. So I thank the Water Quality Technical Advisory Committee, Chris and Melissa, for responding to those concerns.
Well, I also support all the projects, and I confess I get excited like Chris Clapp does about these kind of things, because these are very significant projects in areas that we've identified that contribute in a very negative way to the water quality, surface waters and groundwater within our town. And these are areas that have been highlighted, and I'm just really thrilled to see that we're making such progress. And I really appreciate all the work of our volunteer committee, the Water Quality Technical Advisory Committee, and Chris chairing that. You guys have done a terrific job in vetting these projects for the town board. You got unanimous support on every project that you brought forward here today. And so we look forward to continuing the success there. And I'm glad to see that the money's being allocated and that we're running up against our total budget for expenditures and water quality projects this year. Don't want to leave any money on the table. And I know next year we'll likely have a much more robust budget because of the huge amount of CPF revenues that we've received, you know, in the previous period. That will give us an even larger budget, I think, next year for us to continue our efforts. So thank you, Melissa and Chris and all the committee members.
I do have a question though on one of the projects that didn't get recommended, and that's the Wainscott Pond project. If you could explain why that was not put forth, that would be helpful.
Sure. So the proposal for that project was for some soil borings, which the committee believed is more of a preliminary feasibility study and doesn't really ensure that a water quality improvement project will follow. So if Wainscott Pond Restoration, if they want to move forward and do that soil boring and prove to the committee you know, that they have a shovel-ready project for the dredging that they would like to follow, then that would be the project that would be considered for funding.
Great, thank you, Melissa.
I'm glad you asked that, Kathy, because I was interested in Wainscott Pond.
Yeah,
it's experienced some pretty nasty algae outbreaks, toxic algae outbreaks. What was the cost of doing the borings? What kind of cost is that?
I don't have it off the top of my, or I think I do have it up the top.
So the request was $57,768.
It's twice that. Yeah, there's a fine line that we try and we view the fund as capital investments for the people of the town in their water quality, and studies that don't result in a project. We don't want to get stuck in the cycle of funding studies that don't result in hard projects getting done.
I think one other aspect that's maybe worth mentioning here that's rather unique with regard to Wainscott Pond is that there is no public access, and where every other project really has a direct impact on public access waters. That's I don't know whether the committee considered that, but committing public funds to a property that doesn't have any public access or maybe diminished public benefit is maybe a consideration as well.
Well, yes, that's true that it doesn't have public access, but our, coastal ponds are really, really in big trouble, and they're an important part of the ecosystem.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Jeff, and I just think, hopefully we can find a way forward to see a project for that pond that will improve the water quality. It does have an impact in terms of wildlife that uses that pond, which travels everywhere. So I think you can draw benefits. I just know that maybe it didn't rank as high this time, and as you said, you don't generally fund that type of work, so we'll look forward to a project that could be funded.
We're always willing to work with applicants, or in this case, their engineer, to try to help them get to the place where they need to be eligible for the funding, and just explain, where the project needs to see some changes before the committee can consider a funding award.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you,
I just want to.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to point out Friends of Georgica Pond, how well they've done. It did take them some time to get to this point, and I think that there might be some folks building to work at a Wainscott Pond to make sure that something there can happen as well. And I certainly hope that that's the case. I think Jeff pointed out that, all of our water bodies, we want to make sure that they are as clean as possible. But I think what's important also is the critical review that Melissa, you and Chris do, and the whole committee, and looking at these projects and making sure that we are using the taxpayer money to the advantage of the taxpayers as well, and need a shovel-ready project, and need that capital improvement, not just a study for it. So I like that you were able to explain to everybody the difference in those things, because I think that's important, particularly for the people of Wainscott. And I look forward to working to facilitate something that could help that Wainscott Pond as well, so that all of our water bodies are clean.
And we would definitely love to see something there too. So we're happy to help them, get to the point where they can, fund a project.
Great, thank
So
you.
we'll look forward to a project there as well in the future. I think you stated that very well, Sylvia and Melissa. And if there aren't any other comments, we'd like to move on. Thank you again.
Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Michael, do we have any callers on the line?
Yes, we currently have 2. I can unmute the first caller on hold. The last 4 digits of that caller is 9872. I'll unmute that now.
Hi, this is John Chimples. I just wanted to comment on the Montauk Shores wastewater treatment proposal. I am absolutely in favor of it, but would really like to reinforce Sylvia's concern about continued expansion. From what I understand, there was a moratorium on expansion, self-imposed on some level, I think. But I've heard that that's lifted now, and they are continuing with some redevelopment there. I surf there all the time. I live very close to it. The water has been problematic, at least on an anecdotal level. But if you just look at that parcel, or that property, since the retaining stones were approved in the mid-90s, it's become more and more every year a peninsula. And that problem is just getting further out into the ocean or closer to the ocean. And whatever conditional elements can be added to that funding, I would encourage the town board to do whatever they can to limit further development there.
Thanks very much for calling in, John, and your comments are appropriate. I think we feel the same way about that.
Yeah, thank you, John. I appreciate it.
Michael, do we have any other callers?
Yes, we do. Our second caller on hold. Last 4 digits are 8764. I'll unmute that now.
Good afternoon. This is David Buda. Oh, Chris just disappeared. It may be too late. I wanted to ask Chris or Melissa to just give a quick rundown on the other 4 projects that were not recommended for funding, just because they may come up again in the future, and I'm curious to know what some of them are, in particular the Sunset Cove Aquaculture Restoration Project. If either, there he is back. If one of them could just briefly just mention and describe those other 4 projects, I'd appreciate it.
Chris, you want to go over those other 4 projects that didn't get recommended, or Melissa, either one of you?
Sure. So there were the 2 commercial properties in the village. One of them had already received funding through the septic improvement program run by the town. And another one, we made a recommendation back to the applicant that they might actually be able to get more money through other funding streams, either through the town's septic rebate program or the state septic incentive program. So those 2. The aquaculture project was it was more of a commercial aquaculture startup request, in that some of the product would be for sale, or most of the product would end up being for sale. So it was not really a whole and in heart a restoration project. It was a bit of a small business startup request. And the Village of Sag Harbor, thanks, Melissa, was the a consolidation of existing studies. So they were looking to compile existing studies to come up with a new plan for stormwater in the village. So it wasn't like engineering to implement new stormwater practices or implement new stormwater abatement projects. but it was a review of existing studies to come up with a master plan. And the law states we can't fund plans and studies.
Thank you very much.
Okay. No sweat. Thank you.
Thanks for calling, David. Be well.
You're welcome.
Do we have any other callers on the line, Mike?
No, we do not.
Okay, in that case, we'll move on with our next topic. And again, thank you, Chris and Melissa. And that would be the accessory building legislation. And we have Nancy Lynn Peel with us today, our senior town attorney, and Ann Glennon, our principal building inspector. Welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a little background. The board has kind of heard this topic in the past in different ways, and we thought it might be more productive to take a step back and give you a little perspective. Ann and I have been dealing with some issues that have come up, and obviously with requests for building permits that she has, and then I have seen them in my role as a ZBA attorney. And I won't get into specifics, but we do have matters before the ZBA on interpretation of our code, which have brought up some concerns that Ann had already shared with the town board. And I'm coming in to help try to illustrate what these concerns are, get some guidance from the town board as to whether or not there is an issue here that the town board wants to address. And then I know you were presented the proposed legislation to address those. Kind of, we did the cart before the horse, and I apologize, I wasn't here to give you the background on that. So we've kind of pulled the legislation at this point, and I just want to kind of illustrate what some of the concerns are. We've broken it down into 3 areas. So I'm not going to waste too much time talking about them, but I thought it'd help to illustrate it. The first concern that has come up is that the town code currently requires a 5-foot separation between a main building and accessory buildings, but there's nothing in the code that requires any separation between accessory buildings. And without that requirement for separation, multiple accessory structures could be built side by side, resulting in a creation of much larger structure than the original intent of the statute, that an accessory structure only be 600 square feet or less, because the code doesn't, and I'm going to share my screen here. So here we go. So if each of these structures were to be brought in and asked to be permitted individually, there's nothing that keeps them from being built next to each other. And like in this situation, this may be the shared wall, but it can be opened, or with the folding, as you can see here, the folding Bilco doors are used to separate one from another. You can have a clumping. And here's another example of 2 separate accessory buildings that are kind of clumped together with, in this situation, kind of a porch in between, creating a larger living area or living space. Here's another example of what could have come in as 3 separate accessory buildings, which are then, because they are side by side, easily joined or easily combined. So the question in this, under this concern, was whether or not the board was interested in establishing a mandatory separation between accessory structures. Originally, our code picked the 5-foot between the main building and the accessory building, I believe, to mirror the state code, which changes the fire code requirements if it's not greater than 5 feet. So that it, but now that town code, or excuse me, that state code now requires a separation without having to increase the fire retardancy of the materials used if there's not 10 feet of separation. So that's just to give you some numbers. If there's an interest in creating a separation, and what separation would the board find appropriate? And then the third question, if you're interested in that, is whether there should be exceptions for that, such as for patios or decks off of, because there are some pool houses that then have a deck, and then the question becomes, is that, does that need a 5-foot separation? So that's our first concern. I don't know if you want to stop and discuss each of these separately, or if you want me just to go through and share all three concerns.
Well, I think maybe we should just deal with them as they come. And
are these each in this drawing that you have, or this illustration that you have, are they each 600 square foot components?
They can be, yes. These are typical of what we're seeing. Some of them are smaller. This one, I believe, like obviously this one is larger. And if it were the main dwelling, then you would have an issue. But if you are putting like a 600 square here, obviously I took illustrations so as to try to avoid picking on any current resident in the town or their situation, although some of these may be local photos. But I don't have the actual square footage of any of these photographs.
So could people build like 2 outdoor living rooms?
Yes.
These both look like living rooms, indoor, outdoor living rooms.
You're jumping ahead to our second concern, but yes,
okay.
That is kind of what's happening, is that these are accessory buildings are being transformed, I think a little bit beyond what the original intent of an accessory building was.
And would this also incorporate pool houses then too, as far as an accessory structure with the separation? So it would be a pool house or a shed, an accessory structure would all need 5-foot separation. Is that what the request is?
Well, it's not necessarily a request. It's letting you know that.
I understand. I apologize for that word.
Trying to clarify the issue.
Yeah, I apologize.
And I think, at what point does a garage become an attached structure versus detached? And under the code, you could have a breezeway or carport attaching it to a principal structure, right? And then the garage is not considered detached. So what's the threshold for that?
You're correct, Peter. The threshold would be, it has to be conditioned space attaching them, and it has to be half the width that it is the length.
At least, so you can't have a long, narrow hallway just attaching.
Correct.
If it's narrower than half, the width is less than half of the length.
Correct.
Right. So, to me, and having worked in this town for many, many years as a builder, construction, residential, accessory structures could be built up to 600 square feet under the code. If they're detached, you can't go beyond that. If it's built associated with a pool, there's pool house restrictions that limit it to 200 square feet.
Yes.
Under 200.
So at what point does a conditioned space next to the pool not a pool house if it's an accessory structure? Is it just the accessory structure can only be up to 200 if it has plumbing in it? That's one of the things that you can do with a pool house that you can't just do with any other accessory structure except for perhaps an artist studio, which could have a sink.
But that's part of the problem, is the pool house is right next to the 200 square pool house is contiguous to the 600 square foot accessory structure.
To me, this photograph, that's one structure. There's no break in it, right? It's connected.
What happens, Peter, is that they build or they come in for a building permit for one. then they come in for a building permit for another, and then they come in for a building permit for this one, and there's nothing in the code that gives Ann the ability to say, you
Right.
now have created a
What becomes one structure, in my opinion, when you connect them.
And all the plumbing ends up in the pool house, the
So-
bathroom,
So to
the,
me, it seems like we need to clarify, what the maximum square footage is for any structures that are connected. I mean, if they're connected, unless it's the principal structure, you can't exceed 600 in aggregate. If they're in
So-
contact, I mean, that seems like pretty straightforward solution.
so one of the things that Ann is looking for is that connection should be 5 feet. And I think Nancy Lynn, you said in the state code, it's up to 10 feet?
That's well, we originally picked 5 feet between the when in drafting the town code, it was 5 feet to be consistent with the fire code, which requires a higher level of fire retardancy of materials if you are closer than 5 feet. So that's where the 5 feet came from. And that is why we have 5 feet separation required between a dwelling and an accessory building. If we were to be starting over and writing the code today, if we were to try to be consistent with the state fire code, we would actually be looking at 10 feet because that has actually that separation for a fire retardancy now is 10 feet under the state code. Our code still says 5 feet. It just means that there are increased fire retardancy requirements now that must be met to do it within 5 feet. So just that's just to give the board some reference of how we came up with 5 feet originally, and that actually has changed.
Okay.
So I think the intent of the code, and correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, a number of you have been around town for quite some time, was that no accessory structure that's detached should exceed 600 square feet. So to me, what we're seeing here would be in clear violation of that because it's one structure, it's connected, it's all part of one thing. There's no separation. So having separation between structures so that the aggregate is no more than the 600 square feet is important. That's the intent, as I understood it. All these
And the pool house should also be separate.
So I know there is some. There had, and I remember on the ZBA many years ago reviewing cases where you have a pool house that's up to 200 square feet, and the pool equipment might be stored in a separate area attached to the side of the pool house, or you might have a tool shed, with some garden implements sharing a wall. I don't recall, because it was almost 20 years ago, what the result of those determinations were, but I know that it was reviewed and there was concern about even that at the time.
I think what we noticed in the presentation before the ZBA is some concern about it's an assumption that there needs to be separation, and our code doesn't necessarily reflect that. And helping Ann and our boards be able to insist on separation and know what an appropriate separation is. I think we're looking to the town board. If you agree that separation is necessary to retain that 600 square feet, then some clarity in the code that say whether it's a set separation that's required, or if it prohibits the sharing of shared walls, or what works for the town board to give some clarity to Ann as well as to our appointed boards.
We might need both. We might need,
or you may need both. Yeah, I mean,
we
there
might
are.
need to say
The aggregate
roofs, walls.
To me, if the aggregate of structures is less than 600 square feet, that pretty much covers it. And maybe there's an exception that you make to that if it's specifically a pool house. Because
So are you saying in aggregate in that it, because they're contiguous, or
So
in
this-
aggregate
take this
all
picture.
accessory structures
Yeah,
on the
take, for instance, this photograph, if the end portions are each 200 square feet and the center portion's 200 square feet, they're all connected. It's one structure. It's still less than it's at 600 or less than 600. But if you exceed the 600 square feet in aggregate, then it doesn't meet the accessory structure limitation.
So this could be legal unless we
Yeah.
we increase the distance or prohibit common walls or common roofs. This could be could be legal, which is it's not exactly what we thought of, I think, when drafting a limit of 600 square feet for an accessory structure.
Right.
One of the issues that have come up is the way it's written is the GFA. So what they're saying, if you took a picture like what's in front of us, and the doorways into each end of the structure was on the outside, and there was a solid wall in between them, they believe that they are meeting the GFA to be able to do something like that.
Yeah, so maybe we need to address that in the code.
That would a separation, and maybe a larger separation would deal with that. Because if it's a little distance, if it's a small distance, they could still do something like this. They just spread them out 5 feet, which, is not what we're looking for.
Okay, now I'm jumping ahead here. The next concern that we had was, and as Ann had said, that and you talked about whether these are becoming living rooms. And hang on, I've got, here's some of the distance that we're saying, how these properties are being used. We are seeing, this is a good example of this is a Murphy bed, so that this bed comes down and it becomes, basically a guest room out here, a pool house. We're also seeing this, this is the breezeway that we were talking about. As you can see, these are becoming quite elaborate living spaces and habitable. The concern on this is that we currently look at accessory structures as non-habitable structures. And when they're non-habitable, they don't require certain safety inspections, fire ratings, or smoke and CO detector devices. So we only prohibit the installation of plumbing, except as you noted in artist studios and pool houses. And the code does not prohibit the installation of items such as fireplaces, kitchens, and other cooking appliances in these structures. And so our real concern is, and it's a safety concern, if they're being used as habitable spaces, that there's no way for our building inspectors to impose upon them that they have certain safety devices, or that the fire marshal checks them out, or any of those things. So that has been a concern. I've kind of got these photos out of order, but as you can see, they're really, you put a fireplace in here and you don't have any kind of detection devices, that there is a potentially deadly situation that could come up.
On the prior photograph, can you just go back
Sure.
to that for a minute?
Mm-hmm. This one?
No, the one before.
This one, yep.
This one. Which is the purported accessory room, the one on the right? And that
all three of these areas were probably could be constructed right now under our code as an accessory structure.
Is that what all three of these structures are accessory? There's a house somewhere else on this one?
These are all proposed to be pool house accessory structures, was what I Googled and got these photographs. These are not the main building.
Well, maybe not pool houses based on our code, but you can have multiple accessory structures on a property as long as it does not go over what your allowable lot area coverage is.
Right.
And meet setbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So you can have multiple 600 square foot accessory structures on your property, and pool houses, I believe, too.
Yes.
So my understanding of the intent of the code was to not permit for living quarters, if you will, habitation, particularly beds and overnight use of accessory structures that were not attached to a principal dwelling, and that all such detached structures cannot exceed 600 square feet. So, there's concern about habitation, as you said, both from a standpoint of the safety, and there's from the standpoint of the environmental impacts and the density and what the septic system's approved for, how many bedrooms. So those are, I think, the two primary reasons why that code exists.
Well, obviously the size is, a limit that at the time it was enacted was, believed to be, reasonable size for an accessory building. And if I think it is dangerous if we, in terms of community character, impact, all the things we look at, if we open the door to people ganging together these 600 square foot units into something much bigger.
Yeah. So to David's point, though, the code does allow for, building coverage is the limitation on how many accessories.
Right. But
to your point, Jeff, ganging them together is it's an end around what the intent was for a single structure. And to me, when they're connected, they're a single structure.
Yeah.
That's the way we view a garage or any other addition when it's connected to principal. It's not considered separate from, it's part of the principal structure. It's listed that way in the CO. It's part of the gross floor area of the principal structure. So, I think making that distinction is important, and I would support adjusting the language of the code to reflect what that intent is.
It would seem like increasing the distance, the separation distance might be something, and also saying that they can't share common walls or common roofs would do it. I mean, if we said they had to be 10 feet apart, and no common walls, no common roofs, that may stop this trend here.
Just to illustrate where our concern was on actually maybe defining that it's non-habitable, this is a plan for an accessory structure that actually is a standalone 600 square foot accessory structure. And as you can see, it has a living area, an office area, and it has two smaller rooms here. Not sure what those are set up for at this time. There's a bar in here. So under the current code right now, there is nothing to keep someone from coming in with this plan for a 600 square foot structure and having it approved to be built. And as you can see, it clearly is meant to be habitable area by their own intent. But even if they didn't put those notations on there, you are talking about, what is there's nothing in our code that says this is not something that you can.
This example, Nancy Lynn, what's the total square footage?
It's under just 600.
Okay, so as an accessory structure, it fits within the code's designation of can't be greater than 600 square feet.
Correct.
And is the screen porch a part of that, or is that excluded from the?
That's excluded.
That's excluded. That's Jeff. You keep jumping ahead. That's
the next part.
Our third concern about what should be.
Away. Yeah, I mean these are all really good. It's a natural flow of questions, though. I mean,
yes.
So, I would certainly be asking that question as well. Yep. Why wouldn't that be considered part of the structure?
It's open air appendage.
And generally open air appendages weren't included because we allowed for
open air if it's screened, though. I mean, it has screened walls.
That's
and it has a finished floor. I mean, I would consider it I don't know. It's not like
And
it's
that's where we're looking for some guidance on
And if you have
defining
a roof-
open air appendages,
have a
perhaps a
roof
little bit
over it.
clearer.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a roof over it and it's all enclosed.
See, one of these is called a Peloton room. And one,
Yes,
I guess,
there's a Peloton room, yes.
and then I guess the other, I was gonna say, because they look like they could be, you could,
Look, I mean,
throw a futon on the floor and sleep there pretty easily.
but I mean, be realistic. I mean, accessory structure, you might want to have your office in it, right? Because we all know that trying to be on Zoom with a house full of kids trying to do their online music lessons could be a little challenging.
And we're suggesting that perhaps that there be some language to explain that it's not meant to be habitable space, which would be for, moving your dwelling outside. Whether you want to allow for certain uses such as office space, we already allow for artist studios. That type of thing might be appropriate. An exercise room, that kind of thing may be appropriate. But the concern comes in is what accessories would you allow in there? Would you allow cooking? Would you allow fireplaces? Would you allow, because here's a situation where, it's laundry and exercise. This would fit under our normal pool house. It is allowable under that. But then you're seeing that, and here's one where there's some separation. When you have a fireplace, we now have obviously a kitchen to the side here. And even if you didn't have the kitchen inside, no problem with an outdoor kitchen, but now you're creating much more of a living space outside rather.
The biggest concern was sleeping quarters.
Right.
Accessory buildings. We just don't allow sleeping quarters. We don't allow kitchens. There is the allowance of some appliances in a pool house, like a refrigerator, right? Or a
A
microwave.
pool house could have a bathroom in it.
Yes.
Yes. And laundry room.
But it can't have a
laundry
bed.
facility.
You can't be sleeping there. So.
No,
Well, we don't have anything that actually says you can't sleep there.
Because you can still air condition it, you can heat it.
So habitable, this is habitable space, even if it doesn't have a bathroom. So I'm not sure the habitable is a good.
Well, there's
word.
bathroom back here because this is
Right.
obviously a
Sure.
pool house. So the bathroom's back here. And all of these are allowable under our code. And then you put in, this is arguably an open air appendage under our code. So now you may have a 200 square foot pool house with this big, and then you can add all of this on as well.
But
Oh,
it's
so you're saying, just so I get you,
under
you're
600 square feet in total. Because
you're saying the pool house is the enclosed, that section in the back.
Yes.
I see. Because I was going to
And
say
then-
that looks much bigger than 200 square
10
feet.
by 20, roughly.
Yeah. So again, separation is probably key, and not sharing a roof or wall is probably a key thing to build in. Otherwise, everybody's going to be doing this. Why wouldn't you?
But I mean, you could separate it 10 feet, say, and still have 600 square foot open air appendage, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as long
Well,
as
this is what an example of what we're seeing is they're coming in and saying, well, look, this is an open air appendage. So this can be allowed and this can be allowed because we're just joining it with
I have
this.
a problem with that as long as the entirety of that footprint, open air appendage and sides is 600 square feet or less. I mean, I think that's the intent. It's all part of one structure. as far as
Peter, I agree with you because people do want the roofed over to stay out of the sun, and I'd hate to see that taken away from them. And that's how that started, with asking for a 5-foot separation so that they could have the roofed over so they're not sitting in the sun.
Yeah, but that looks like it's probably over 600 square feet.
Oh, it probably is. You
Yeah.
probably have
I mean,
600 on this side,
That's where I have
600
the
on this
problem.
side.
It's all under one roof. It's literally under one roof.
Yeah.
So, so you don't have walls on one portion of it. It's still connected. The mass and scale is greater than 600. That's, I think, problematic. I think it should be within.
Yeah, if we limit it to
10
600 under a roof, that'll, I think that's a good limit. This looks like much more than 600 square feet under a roof. It's got those two wings on the side.
But again, in our code, it says 600 in the GFA. So
Yeah,
for each
so we
building.
need to address it.
Oh. Well, maybe we
Might
should
be a way to
change that.
address it.
Maybe we should change it to, 600 GFA or 600 square feet under the same roof or with adjoining walls, so that we catch something like this and downsize it.
Or required to be separated.
Or require it to be
Yeah, I
separated.
mean, that would force it to be separated. So I think this is a really helpful discussion, having the visual aids as well, so we can really fully understand what we need to look at and address. I think that's been very helpful.
So at this point, Peter, what I would propose to do is take what I think was circulated, John presented to you about a month ago, and take out where the suggestions were for suggested legislation, and just highlight where any limitations would be perhaps would be a good place to put them in, and then circulate that to the board to come up with some ideas that they're comfortable with, and then represent it then with what you might want to actually what language you'd like to see in each of those sections in order to address these concerns.
Great. Any other questions or comments?
No, I thank you also the visual aids in the discussion.
Thank you, Nancy.
If I could only figure out how to do PowerPoint, I'd be really good. I could do all of that.
You did great.
Now, this was very helpful.
This was extremely helpful.
Okay, well, we'll Ann and I will work on that, and as soon as we have that ready, we'll let Sylvia know, and she can put it back on for another work session.
Excellent. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ann.
Thank you.
Michael, do we have any callers?
No, we do not.
Okay, then I think we can continue to our current special events criteria and permitting. I see on the agenda permitting is spelled. Needed an M instead of an N there.
Yeah.
And we have David McMaster, one of our town attorneys, to lead this discussion.
For permitting it.
And Sylvia, I'm sorry. I guess Jeff and Kathy are liaisons to the Special Events Committee.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So on May 3rd, yesterday, Governor Cuomo announced that New York State will begin a significant easing of COVID-19 pandemic capacity restrictions on businesses, gatherings, and venues. So the town of East Hampton is now ready to resume processing special event permit applications as authorized by the town code. However, social distancing, masks, and other applicable health protocols will continue to remain in effect statewide. What I want to do is to go through the most significant changes that were announced yesterday and discuss their effect on the town's ability to issue special event permits for certain types of gatherings. The big changes that were announced, in my view, are residential gatherings. So let's start with special events on residential property. Under the town code, a special event permit is required for residential gatherings if any of the following are true. Gathering exceeds 50 people, there's outdoor music after 9 p.m., cars will be parked off the property, or a tent will be erected. So the New York State guidance announced yesterday increased the outdoor residential gathering limit to 500 people with space for appropriate social distancing beginning May 19th. So in light of that, the Special Events Committee is able to consider applications for outdoor residential events on a case-by-case basis. And of course, they'll be subject to the existing Department of Health protocols, namely the 6 feet of social distancing required and masking. Also announced yesterday was a new indoor residential gathering limitation. That new limit, which takes effect on May 19th, is 50 people. So therefore, for most events that are indoors at residences, town is still unable to issue special event permits because a permit is only required for events of 50 or more people, as I said before. However, there is an exception for events that are staffed by a licensed off-site caterer. And that exception is that catered events and weddings can resume on residential property effective yesterday. And those events can be in excess of the state's residential gathering limits, as long as the events are staffed by a professional licensed caterer and are of a nature that are permitted by the respective municipality. So it's an event that the town allows. And the event must strictly adhere to health and safety guidance, social and gathering limitations, masks, and social distancing. That's a significant change, and I think that is a big improvement because it treats commercial venues and residential receptions that are, organized by a licensed caterer. They're now subject to the same rules. And in both instances, whether it's a commercial venue or a residential venue, the responsible party, which is the licensed caterer, is required to notify the County Department of Health and follow the same protocols that were announced on March 15th regarding contact tracing, negative COVID tests, and other things that escape me at the moment. But that is, I think, the most significant changes that apply to residential events. Now, the other announcement was for non-residential social gatherings. The outdoor non-residential gathering limit is 500 people beginning May 10th. The indoor non-residential gathering limit is 250 people beginning May 19th. So I think that this is relevant to special events that would be held on town beaches. I think that the town is in a position now where we can resume the issuance of special event permits for gatherings on town beaches. Applications for beach events will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis and are subject to the current outdoor non-residential gathering limit. Obviously, we're not going to have 500 people on the beach, but the caterer is still responsible for following the Department of Health protocols and notifying the county of such events. Kind of related to the special event guidance is just in general, the capacity limits are now just replaced with social distancing. So as long as you're able to maintain 6 feet of social distance, there's no longer the requirement that businesses have to operate at a certain capacity. That all ends. So that's a significant change. And I think really the implication of this announcement is just that things are going back to the way that it was before COVID, and we'll evaluate applications on a case-by-case basis and hope for the best.
Yeah, well, with an eye towards whatever the current regulations happen to be regarding COVID restrictions, and they're subject to change to become more liberal or, less liberal, depending on how things go. So, as with most of the pandemic, it's, very much a reactive kind of situation.
One of the things we talked about too, so some of these events, are the request is for public property, for instance, the beach. And we're going to put a condition on the permit that the town, even though it's town property, we are not the responsible party. So we want to make that clear as a condition, because that's important. And we've also, David, correct me if I'm wrong, the responsible party still needs to fill out a form with the Suffolk County Department of Health Services, correct?
Correct. I mean, that's a requirement across the board for any of the events that exceed the social gathering limit. So for all catered events that are going to be held at residential property, they're going to be submitting paperwork to the Department of Health. And I guess also at commercial venues that would have more than 250 or 500 people, if such events were approved, they'd also have to follow that guideline.
So that's if you exceed the gathering limits, you have to do that.
Correct.
Right.
I think for residential wedding receptions, they probably would have to do it across the board. But for commercial ones, it's a little bit less clear.
Right. So does this mean, so back on March, I think it was 15th, there was a limit for weddings of 150 people. Has that been overridden? If that's a word, overridden?
Yes, so
by this new guidance?
Yes, the new limits for non-residential commercial weddings are 250 indoor, 500 outdoor.
Right, and that applies to.
But that's commercial, you said? Commercial.
That is commercial.
That's commercial.
There's
What
also
about residential?
Residential is also 500 outside.
Yeah.
Beginning May 19th, the indoor social gathering limit increases from 100 to 250 people. Also, outdoor residential gathering limit of 25 will be removed, reverting to the social gathering limit of 500 people with space appropriate for social distancing.
And then indoor would be 250.
Right.
Indoor for residential is still 50.
Right.
Unless, yeah.
If you have space to social distance 6 feet inside of your house, you could have as many people as you want, as long as you notify the Department of Health and they approve your social distancing plan.
Yeah, so
obviously, that's not something that's possible, but that's what the law is written as.
Right. So if you exceed it, you have to go to the Department of Health. You have to keep a list. Everybody has to be vaccinated with 2 weeks after second dose and or a negative test, correct?
Correct. It's the same guidance that was
for indoor catering at halls.
Yes, that we discussed at the last meeting. The big change was just bringing residential weddings that are licensed caterers under the same banner and treating them the same.
The other thing I just wanted to bring up, we've gotten inquiries for things like marathons, races, running races, triathlons. And from what I understand, the governor had put out something, I think it was end of last week, that the Buffalo Marathon was going to go on and that they were going to be issuing updated guidance, which to the best of my knowledge, we haven't received yet.
We just did, actually. I think John.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Kathy. John Rooney has. I know he's coming on next. There is some information that we got for running events, athletic events.
I think this points out just how fluid the situation is.
Yeah.
Guidance is literally coming in by the hour practically on how things are changing. And it was this way at the beginning of the pandemic where the restrictions were being put in place, and it's going to be a retrograde as restrictions are lifted. So, as much as we're talking about this now, wait a day, wait a week, things could change again. So we're going to do our best to keep everybody informed of the changes as they happen. But that's kind of where we are right now.
And the other thing is the SLA updated their website yesterday morning so that you can consume alcohol at restaurants without purchasing food, but you must purchase food if you're doing alcohol to go. So that's a real game changer for our bars and restaurants out here.
So that means bars are open, basically.
That's what it means. As long as, and there's no restriction on capacity. The restriction really is the 6 foot social distance.
Right. Unless you have plexiglass, then you could be in between. You can be closer than 6 feet. And what we'll do next is try to keep up with it on the website. What David has presented today will make those changes to the special events landing page, because the more up to date that is, the fewer phone calls we get in our office, so that folks are aware. But it's good to know, as David said, we are now, accepting applications for special events. They'll be evaluated on a, case by case basis based on the latest guidance. The committee is meeting weekly. We're meeting in person now, starting tomorrow, and we'll be busy.
You're going to be very busy.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of pent-up energy, and there's a lot of desire to maybe gather with people outdoors and maybe on public property. So I'm sure you're going to be reviewing a number of applications.
So I guess that raises the question, Peter. I know you had a property management meeting, I guess it was yesterday. We have not been taking applications for things like Maidstone Pavilion or Fort Pond House. Are they, available now? I guess.
Yeah, we actually had a discussion about that. I think we should make the outdoor facilities available. Okay. There was a question about indoor facilities like Fort Pond House itself. I think we should wait a little bit longer on that. I think provided people are abiding by the guidance, that we can move forward with that now.
Okay, great. Although I know Maidstone Pavilion is getting a new roof. I don't know when that work is scheduled to be done.
I don't either. I mean, that's something we can
should probably coordinate that so we don't give out permits when in the middle of construction.
That's really good advice. John,
sometimes common sense prevails.
Yeah, John Rooney's listening in. I'm sure he's aware that it's getting a roof replacement, and that they won't be scheduling anything during construction. But
great. Okay.
Anything else?
Just that the applicant should be the licensed caterer. If they're going to try to avail themselves of the increased capacity limit, it would be nice to confirm that it is actually a licensed caterer.
Yes. Well, I agree. In order to meet those thresholds, the application would need to be filed by a licensed caterer.
Are we going to need some kind of proof that they're of their license?
Are they required to have a license to operate in the town?
I was thinking
not the town, but with Suffolk County.
Yeah, that was
it's the Department of Health. It's the Suffolk County Department of Health Services that they're operating.
Their Suffolk County license. I mean, that's specifically what the regulation refers to.
Yeah. Can you, David, I know you've put together your presentation today, drafted in such a way that the points that we brought up, we get included so that Gabriella can update the website.
Yes, I can definitely do that.
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like a copy of that too, David. Thank you.
Sure. Anything else before we move on?
No.
All right. Thanks so much, David.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. And that brings us up to the Town Recreation Summer Program recommendations. And we have John Rooney with us, who's our Director of Recreation. And
hello, everyone.
This is the liaison. We also, I think, have Chief Sarlo joining us for the conversation.
So,
Go ahead, John. And I'll just tee up John Rooney, the Department of Recreation. In light of the current ongoing pandemic and the restrictions and guidance from the state, we looked at our 2021 summer rec programs based on health and safety protocols. We looked at what worked in 2020, to see what we want to do in 2021. We also had our consultant epidemiologist, Dr. Bruce Polsky, look at our safety plans, and John Rooney is going to give us the recommendations for the department for the summer season to see if we can get the support of the town board.
Thanks, David. So the rec department received input from all of our summer program leaders about what to offer this summer, and it was unanimous across the board to, as David just said, repeat what we had successfully done last year. And that is to offer modified outdoor-only programs and clinics according to the current New York State guidelines. And Dr. Polsky has looked at all these recommendations already and confirm that everything is within the protocols right now. The only changes that we will have to any programming over last year are minor scheduling adjustments and the season length. We can start on time this year. So those who participated in putting together our program offerings, I just want to just mention the whole list of them. Matt McHugh, Brian Donahue, Johnny Ryan Jr., John Ryan Sr., Jeff Thompson, Haley Ryan, Andrea Borrell, Chantel Borrell, Howard Wood, William Hartwell, and Kevin Clancy. Thank you to all for helping to put our programs together with protocols in mind. So last summer, programming did not begin until the second weekend until July due to New York State guidelines and the opening phase mandates that were in place last summer. But this summer, as I just mentioned, we will be able to begin, as we usually do, at the end of June, bringing back 2 additional weeks of programming over last year for some offerings. And the programs that we're recommending are tennis clinics, grades 2 through 5 plus, sailing lessons, ages 12 to adult, nipper guards, ages 6 to 8, junior lifeguards, ages 9 to 14, lifeguard cadets, age 15, various lifeguard certification programs such as still water certification for ages 15 and up, ocean lifeguard certification, ages 16 and up, and personal watercraft rescue operators rescue course, which we do for 18 and up for our in-house for our guards. Also, swimming lessons, intermediate and advanced for ages 4 and up, and basketball clinics, grades 2 through 6 plus. And we are, for the first time in the summer anyway, registration will be made available online on the town's website, as it has been for this past spring. And we would also just want to encourage everyone to sign up for the town's notification service called Notify Me, which can send subscribers texts, emails, or both when new programs have been made available for registration, so you can get right in on it. And as the supervisor was hinting to before, just as a reminder, just remember that due to the fluctuating landscape of COVID-19, programs could be canceled or further modified at any time by the town of East Hampton. So those are the recommendations that we came up with, and that's what we just wanted to present, and thank you for the opportunity to bring them up today.
Thank you, John. Any questions from the board or comments?
No, my main comment is the last one John said, and just echoes what you said, Peter. Considerations to many of these are going to be outside. Opening up our beaches and restriction capacities with our junior lifeguarding program. We might get different guidance by the end of this meeting. We don't really know. And we'll amend all these for that and bring it back to the town board if it's deemed fit by the department head.
I just have a quick question. Maybe one of you two can answer it for me. With regard to the basketball courts or volleyball courts, what the current guidance is for that and status of the town equipment.
Yeah, so currently we just opened up the outdoor town basketball courts. They're available at play at your own risk. We have signs up that mention that and mention COVID, like just help of what to do guidance. Volleyball at this point is not open yet. Dave and I discussed it, and it's a very shared environment, so that could happen. That they're both considered high risk sports under the guidelines, but basketball, you can play, you can shoot by yourself, you can play within, your own home, a parent child or siblings or, so we open those courts up. We're just waiting, just with a little caution, to open up the outdoor basketball court at the Amagansett Youth Park, just to make it easier for the staff to keep people who attend that park still separated. So that basketball court is, even though it's outdoors, that one we're just kind of waiting until it's a specific controlled environment, or until some other precautions lift. So that's the only one that has a little bit of a stipulation.
So the basketball courts at Montauk Skate Park are open?
Correct. Montauk Skate Park, you can go over to Terry King, so all of our outdoor courts are open now.
And do we have a game plan for the indoor, like Playhouse at this point? Or is that holding?
Yeah, I think we're just awaiting just to see how the next couple of weeks pan out, and then we'll just have further discussions, and what we can open, we'll open.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely a changing situation, and hopefully we continue to see the improvement and the rapid decline in the infection rate, which we've seen in the last several weeks, and that we can completely open up all facilities and businesses to the pre-COVID levels here soon. But we still have to, keep an eye and be somewhat guarded and be careful.
Don, can I ask you, how are you doing with hiring staff? Because everywhere I turn, I'm hearing the struggles that businesses and whatnot are having this season.
Yeah, so we're getting applications are coming in. We've been putting out ads on the town's Facebook site, and so Ann's been helping with that social media, getting the word out. We've also been putting out in the local papers, obviously on the town website, and a lot of hires we just get through word of mouth. I'm getting applications. I just, it's important for today's meeting, just so I see what's coming forward, and then, what the town is planning on going, what we want to do, so I can start planning on where to put people. And we still have vacancies, and we're accepting applications, and we encourage folks to send in information into us, because even though we get a lot of sometimes college students, but they do leave early in the summer sometimes if they're going away to school, and we have to fill in those late summer gaps. Sometimes are the most challenging times. Johnny Ryan can certainly attest to that as well with lifeguard coverage. So we're always looking for people who can go to Labor Day and maybe a little beyond. So we have jobs available. So.
Thank you.
So with that, primarily, I think Kathy, just to add on to what Kathy's saying, is that the reason why we want to discuss this is just to make sure that our safety protocols are up to what the town board wants to see as far as the guidance of today, and also that we can go move forward with our hiring operations for the programs that are going to be offered. So that's why we wanted to do this as soon as possible leading up to the summer season. And with that, I'm supportive of these programs that, John has put forward with his committee, and and moving forward with the offerings and the hirings.
Anyone else want to weigh in?
I'm supportive. Anything recreational, I'm supportive. Only,
Same.
I'm
Yeah. I look forward to participating in some recreation myself.
Yep.
I'm glad to see things opening up.
David, can we talk about the junior lifeguard program?
Oh, you're muted, David.
I was going to bring that up next in the beach report. So the junior lifeguarding, it's okay, we'll do it now. The junior lifeguarding program is pretty much in the beach report we'll go into very shortly. Actually, Kathy, if you don't mind, I'll just bring that up with the whole group.
Yeah.
I know
You got it.
So in that case, let's move on to the Beach Advisory Committee recommendations for 2021. And we're joined with our Chief of Police, Mike Sarlo. Welcome.
Hey guys. Good afternoon.
And Tony's joining us as well, I guess. Why don't you go ahead?
We're going to have, thank you very much, everyone. We're going to be bringing on our ad hoc beach advisory committee, in which Sean Rudy, Chief Sarlo, Ed Michaels, Marine Patrol, Anthony Littman, head of Buildings and Grounds, Severo Christofich, crew leaders. And we've done this also in coordination with Francis Bach from the trustees also. And also John Ryan Jr. and John Ryan Sr., if they might join on. I know they might be in school also then too. We developed a plan last year that was supported by the town board and worked effectively to manage and run our beaches in response to COVID-19. We wanted to do the same exact preparations for the town and show us what our recommendations were going to be. I'm going to share my screen with everyone and just move this forward. Everyone comfortable with that, seeing that come up?
Yes, thanks, David.
Great. Okay, so again, this is a discussion for 2021 for East Hampton Town beaches opening in response to COVID-19. Again, as I just mentioned, this is our committee members that have been overseeing this aspect of decision-making and recommendations Also with many that are in our advisory capacity roles that we have too. Our mission again was in a response to the unprecedented worldwide health pandemic, where our declared state of emergencies, not just for the town of East Hampton, but also the country, and in relationship to answer questions on how we can open up safely our town beaches back in 2020, but now also 2021. One thing I do want to mention is that we are still under the interim guidance for beach activities during COVID-19 public health emergency. This is last updated June 26th of 2020, and it's still under the executive order of the governor. And as we've just both mentioned in the last couple presentations, we're anticipating this to change. Hopefully, maybe not in the next 15 minutes, but it might change. Within the days. It's changing rapidly, and I know there's been calls upon by supervisors and also other Long Island executives, county executives, to open up the beaches fuller. The recommendations from the town of East Hampton from our committee is to open the public bathing beaches. To do so on a schedule is referenced in coordination with the Village of East Hampton. It is the determination of the group by doing so that it will assist in preventing a waterborne tragedy to allow for individuals to swim at a guarded, safe locations instead of driving individuals to unregulated or unguarded locations. It is also the recommendation to immediately hire the complete assemblage of certified lifeguards to maintain the safe bathing facilities as done in the years past. We want to execute these recommendations in a safe, effective manner through the town's recreation department, town lifeguards, and also the buildings and grounds staff and coordination to effectively execute the plans. The recommendations for the town guarded beaches are we're going to open them on this schedule. The recommendations to be open on May 29th, which is Memorial Day weekend. They will be from ocean beaches from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Indian Wells, Atlantic Ave, Kirk, or South Edison, depending on beach conditions, and Ditch Plains. These are those locations. We would then be on June 19th opening up the other ocean beach in Montauk, either Kirk or South Edison, and also our bay beaches, including Big Albert, Maidstone, Gin Beach, and Gin Beach. I think those are all of them, and to apologize. And then all the ocean beaches would be opening full-time as of June 19th also. Again, we will change this as determined if there's any changes in regional guidance. Our recommendations for the town lifeguards right now is continued use of the emergency travel lanes at the back of the beach. This will allow for proper emergency response, but also access and ingress and egress for proper social distancing for users of the beach. Continued use of our drones that the Hamptons Lifeguard Association has for public safety. Outreach to resorts and hotels at unprotected beaches to prepare them. We don't want any waterborne tragedies. We also are still very, very interested in moving forward long-range goals for our need for a unified rescue barn in Montauk. This would be for the police department, also for lifeguarding assets and needs. Montauk is a hub of activity during the summertime, and right now, I believe you could fit the Montauk police substation in an outdoor accessory building on one of our properties, what we just talked about. So I think we need to look at that long term. Continued enforcement of social distancing on the beach. This was 10 feet. We did this actively last year by using poles. We'll continue with our beach closure plan that was developed in 2020. Beach closures will be determined not on parking, but determined on beach capacity of the sand. Authorized individuals to make that decision will be the town supervisor, the chief of police, or the head lifeguard. We did have to do that a couple times last season. We will like to continue with the junior lifeguarding program with adaptations from 2020 in 2021. Those adaptations right now would be that the program would be used at only the Amagansett beaches right now, changing it to the weekends instead of the week. I know this is an unpopular course of action, particularly by the residents of Montauk, who actually at the CAC last night made a motion to have junior lifeguarding back in Montauk for their kids. But at the same time, this is an action plan that worked well for us last year, safely, successfully. And we will adapt that plan when guidance potentially might change.
Yeah, David, I would hope that we'll have an opportunity to have that guidance change and be able to offer the junior lifeguarding in Montauk.
So do I.
Right now, that's not really, I think, a possibility, but look forward to that changing soon.
So what is the guidance that needs to change? The 50% capacity, or?
We looked at it last year as 50% capacity, staffing constraints, timing of days also. So those are all some of the coordinated issues that we had. I don't know, is Johnny Ryan on the call here? Sorry,
I did see
No,
John
David.
on the call. And I think, that's something we can follow up with John just to see if there are ways to help facilitate that. What barriers there might be to be able to provide that.
We have been issued our 2021, thank you to John Rooney for working with the Suffolk County Department of Health Services. We have been issued our 2021 beach operating permits for our beaches right now. This goes in coordination also with Tony and Severo, who make sure that we have to have our operational custodial services and also our comfort stations open at the same time for a proper lifeguarded beach. We are going to continue with our social distancing initiatives. No individuals will be able to sunbathe 20 feet of the seaward of the beach grass line. Again, that would be the back of the beach. We're going to be continuing this removal of parking capacity in targeted areas of downtown Montauk and Amagansett, as we've done last year. Continued use of designated loading and unloading zones. We're going to continue with the signage to try to separate individuals at the beaches as they enter and exit the beaches, and add signage to delineate if needed at places that might have been taken down. What we are going to do is we're reassessing all the signage that we put up last year. Some of this signage and guidance has changed. And what we're going to do is we're going to change our signs with temporary stickers or wording that's going to go over that. So we're going to make sure any of our signage that we're using is up to what the guidance is right now. And we're doing, Johnny Ryan has had his staff do a beach by beach assessment, and that will be coming in the upcoming weeks. What I would also like to do potentially with the town board's support is also start putting QR codes onto our beach signs then too, so that individuals can use the QR code as is on our LTV scroll right now to go to the town board's website if it's talking about beach fires or for beach regulations, for any updates on there. I think that would be a quick means of an individual to see what our codes are. Use technology. Comfort stations, protocols, and recommendations. I want to really thank Peter. You did really well last year with a recommendation about looking at different hiring practices instead of going to an outside vendor. It saved the town close to $260,000 last year. Did really well with that. In doing so, increasing our rate of pay for our custodians, we were able to service and clean our comfort stations multiple times a day. We would like to continue with those protocols this year with the same staffing levels that we had last year, work in conjunction then also with the town police department, Marine Patrol, and also with our lifeguards for opening and closing of some of the beaches, and also extending having the hours extended at others in our hamlet centers. We will continue with regulations. Our face coverings are required by all to use those town facilities, being the bathrooms, only one person at a time. Users must practice social distancing, and they're required to wash their hands after use. Refuse removal recommendations. Again, continue our staff levels at 2020. Tony and Severo's, your crews did fantastic last year. If we had issues, they got on immediately. But what we do want to do is we want to restart the initiative, which I spelled initiative incorrect, I apologize, of the weekend morning refuse collections and early morning crews that actually go on the beach to remove refuse that might have been left on the beach. This is something that we did in the years past. We would like to institute that again with our part-time staffing. Continue using of our beach rakes. I want to thank the town board for putting the capital budget for a new tractor for our rakes. And also, again, an outreach directly to the resort and hotels for information about the proper use of beach fires. I want to thank Diane Houseman for giving me some information and the Montauk Sea.
Looks like David froze up. Peter, are you there?
You know, it's all of town hall. I just
Okay.
got on my remote desktop that the connection has been lost. So anybody in town hall, lost connection.
Jeff, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Kathy's there. All right. So we don't. Looks like we lost Carol and John. Kathy, how do you want to proceed?
Why don't we give them a minute, because they'll be well, I don't know if they'll be signing back in. John, obviously you're in the back and you're okay where you are.
Yeah. Still signal.
We don't have a quorum right now.
Yeah. Right.
All right. So I'm the second anyone comes in, Kathy and Jeff, I'll start letting them back in. But if you want, we'll just wait, I guess.
Yeah,
Here
we
comes
can.
Peter now.
Great.
Hello, Peter. Welcome back.
We've had an issue here at Town Hall with the internet going down.
Yes, looks like we lost a lot of people. Anyone that comes back, I'll let them in immediately.
So I just signed in on my phone. It seems to work.
David's calling me.
We have Kathy and we have Jeff on the board, but Carol and John are not back yet.
David? Okay, so everybody in town hall went down. So Peter logged in on his phone and it's working.
I'm going to just mute Kathy for a moment.
Okay.
And Kathy, I just muted you. If you can unmute yourself now.
Sorry, David's going to call in on his phone and I'm going to text Sylvia and ask her to do the same.
Sure.
I should do the same for John too, because we lost the town attorney, I just realized.
Here comes David.
Great.
So bear with us a moment. We're experiencing some technical difficulties.
Please stand by, right? Isn't that the...
Where's that test screen? Does LTV have a test screen, Michael?
I can put that up if you want.
No.
I think that's okay.
Okay. David, we can see you.
How's my hair?
Never looked better.
Excuse me, Kathy, did you advise me that someone will be calling in through the regular call-in number?
Well, I just texted Sylvia. She says she's trying to access it from her phone.
I see a number coming in. It just has a number, so I don't know who it is. Peter, if you want to open it up.
What's the area code?
Let him see who it is.
All right, I'm just going to unmute the caller. The last four digits are 1280.
Mike?
Hello, this is this Carol?
Yes.
Carol, you're on through the phone system. That's great. We can hear you. You're back in.
Okay.
And Sylvia's now joining back into the Zoom call. One moment.
I tried the call and I couldn't get in.
We can hear you fine right now.
Okay.
And I haven't heard back from John.
Sylvia, you there?
Yes. Okay. I'm here. Thanks.
Great. I'll change your name. Do you want to start your video?
Where is the video
I'll
on
set
this?
that up to you. I'll set you a request.
Okay. Okay. Here we go.
There you are.
So John can't get, John can't get it to open on his phone. Maybe he can call in.
Yeah, advise him to call maybe.
And if he's not available, I could fill in primarily, or others that are on here. I know the chief. I think they see the chief or Severo might still be on. Actually, John Rooney's on there, isn't he?
Yeah.
John Jilnicki.
Oh, John Jilnicki. I apologize.
Okay, do we have all the board members back? Paul?
Okay.
Yes.
Whoops.
Yes.
Okay.
And Carol's on the phone.
Okay. Let's go ahead and proceed then.
That sounds great. So refuse removal will continue with the same staffing levels that we did last year. Again, restart the initiative of weekend mornings refuse collection at our beaches, downtown Montauk and through Amagansett. Continue use of our beach rakes, the PSAs, and also continued Marine Patrol enforcement later in the evenings because of the greater amount of use that we're seeing in our beaches at the time of the evenings. That might change a little bit now that bars are allowed to stay open a little later. But again, doesn't mean we're going to change our enforcement techniques right now through these recommendations. Lastly, I'm sorry I can't share this with everyone, but again, overall, our other beach operation recommendations from the committee is parking. Continue the monitoring parking needs in downtown Montauk. Look at a long-term look at it, but also look at the short-term safety of it right now to keep people socially distanced and also just safe on our right-of-ways. We want to ask the board about paid parking at Atlantic, which we did not offer last year. Can we offer that this year for 2021 during the weekdays? We would like to look at paid parking once again at Kirk Park. We are interested in actually using a kiosk at Kirk Park for paid by parking, very similar to what we have Flowbird at the airport right now, pay by location. That will allow us to save a staff member from that location. Overall, be a benefit as far as economic benefit by not having to staff it. Let's get the same use of paid parking out there. I know John Rooney and Chief Sarles had representatives discuss this with our purchasing department. Getting back to paid parking, the Montauk CAC last night did actually make a motion to revisit the $50 charge to potentially decrease that charge. Other recommendation, again, from the committees, to continue looking at a long-term plan for operating a new ocean bathing beach at the locations that we have owned and see how that might be a possibility. Once again, looking at a need for a unified rescue barn, an upgrade for Montauk, specifically for our town police department substation, Montauk, the Marine Patrol, and also the East Hampton Town lifeguards, which are now becoming a 365-day-a-year entity. We would like to also continue the internal beach advisory group as we have formed right now with our department heads with a liaison, and I'm willing to be that liaison. I wanted to see if the town board would be willing to make that official through resolution. And lastly, this committee stands ready to adapt any of these recommendations at a moment's notice. Based on the state's guidance changes, we will convene the committee and then send our recommendations to the town board as soon as possible, even if we don't have a meeting, so that we can make those changes in real time for the benefit of the residents. With that, that is our beach. Those are our recommendations. Take any questions or concerns from any of the board members. Or I don't know if anyone on our committee has anything to add that hasn't spoke yet.
Just very briefly, I want to jump in and say I think we really need to keep this committee as a working group together. It really helped organize our ability to keep track of the guidelines, keep track of our staffing, and stay up to date on the issues that were popping up during the season. So I think it's very important we keep the group together. I will say, obviously, there's going to be probably a lot of changes. It's going to be very fluid. By the time we agree to this plan, and the time we hit Memorial Day weekend, it will change. And then probably by the time we reach the end of June before 4th of July, it will probably change again. So, adjusting the signage, working on the parking, making sure our personnel are in place. It's going to require, week to week and if not daily contact and updates to make sure everything runs smoothly. I will also just like to voice my support for this idea that's been floating around for a few years of some sort of a new barn / headquarters building for the Volunteer Ocean Rescue, the lifeguards, the Marine Patrol, the police department, pretty much all public safety would be able to have some access and use for a location in Montauk. They have equipment that is challenging to store. They have some more needs for a home base out there. I think it would serve, the entire efficiency of how we run public safety in Montauk very well if we come up with something at some point.
Well, thank you for that, Chief. I agree in terms of the infrastructure needs. We've seen the need expand just to house in a warm climate through the winter, the jet skis and the other equipment, and have it readily available should something come up, some emergency arise. And I think you'll probably agree that the current substation is kind of reaching its end of life here.
Yeah.
And have expanded within Montauk. So that's something we can continue to look at and plan for from a capital standpoint, and try to identify a location that makes sense, whether it be on the site or another site that would be appropriate. With regard to, I just want to thank the committee that's been incredibly effective, I think, and ensured that we really had the best possible summer we could under what were extremely tenuous circumstances. And, I have to say that people were very, very appreciative of all the efforts that went into that, whether it was the planning, the execution, having the beach ambassadors, the height and cleaning protocols. It's terrific work, everybody coming together to get that done. Going forward, I do support the idea of reopening the paid parking in Amagansett at that lot. I think that's appropriate given where we are now. Everything's improving considerably from where it was. Hopefully that trend will continue. Everything's improving, but the town hall's internet connection apparently. Phones in the office, but I'm sure maybe I'll be able to move this arm at the end of the meeting. I don't know. We'll see. But I digress. I think you guys have done a terrific job. So, moving forward, Chief, you're absolutely right. As well as anyone, as we worked our way through this pandemic, how fluid the situation has been, and how the guidance and the restrictions and protocols have changed daily, sometimes hourly.
Yeah.
And flip back and forth and whatnot. And so we've become quite nimble. I think we're going to have to remain nimble moving forward. And just another opportunity to thank you for your assistance through what's been a really difficult time for many.
Thank you.
David, are you still with us?
I am, sir. Yeah, no, I'm comfortable with that. And other board members, are we comfortable with our hours, our protocols to open the beaches for the season? We can go out and continue hiring our staff and get them on resolution. Any other questions?
Yeah, David, I'm with you 100%. I just, and I should add a thank you. You made, along with your committee and with the chief, Johnny Ryan included, a lot of folks worked very hard last year to make a reality out of something that was a pretty dire situation. And thank you for that, to continue some of those lessons that we learned, that I think is helpful. And I would like to emphasize, the trash pickup. That seemed to be the biggest complaints that I had last year when I was the Montauk CAC, with the amount of trash that could accumulate in an evening as people were down at the beach. And then the amount of fires. Now I don't know who's talking.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Sylvia. That was Carol. I muted her. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Okay. That's okay. So I just, think that we need to consider how we're going to handle beach fires, either, individual people that go down and with the motels. I think it's a real important part of our enjoying the beach this summer. Whether you people picking up after the fires. And so when people go down in the morning and see the fires left there, it's very disturbing. So, either way, we love the fires and want them there, or if we don't like them and don't want them there, I think we need to come to some, make sure that we address that situation.
I agree. Well, if everyone's comfortable, we'll move forward with our staffing, our cleaning protocols. And again, when things start to adapt or release a little bit more, we'll come back to the board with any of the recommendations or changes. If you don't mind, yes, I'll put myself up for a resolution for this internal committee and positions as the liaison for this calendar year. Is anyone against that by chance?
David, take on the work. You do it well, and you do it with a smile on your face.
It's just coordinating everyone, and it's something that I think that works well. And we see it from the special events committee with Jeff and Kathy. We see it with other board members. So this is something that we saw last year, and it's a silver lining of COVID. So we don't mind learning and moving forward. So I thank you all, and I thank the committee very much for your time and patience today.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So moving on, do we have any callers on the line?
No, we do not. I had just muted Carol just because she spoke. I'm going to unmute her now, Carol, just so that you know that. But no, there are no public callers, Mr. Supervisor.
All right. I think at this point, we can move on to liaison reports.
Okay, great. So back in March, we had a public work session about the Chapter 141, the Fire Prevention Code. Then we held a public hearing on April 1st, and that was to revise the permit schedule, more specifically to add permits and to include a provision that we could set the fees from time to time by town board resolution, because currently I believe the code was last drafted and adopted in 2007, and it charged $100 for a tent, regardless of the size of the tent and the amount of work it took on behalf of the fire marshals to review and inspect. So there were no comments at that public hearing. So I'd like to put a resolution on for Thursday to adopt those code changes. And then what I'll do is I'll route the proposed fee schedule. It was something that the chief fire marshal brought to the special event committee. The committee reviewed it. It's in line with Southampton, the town of Southampton's charges. And, it really is commensurate with the amount of time it takes for them to review and inspect tents. So what I'll do is I'll route that later today, and then that resolution I will put on until the May 20th meeting, and it can all go into effect, the code and the fees on June 1. In some cases, in residential tent permits, it'll actually be a decrease for folks because we'll be charging less than $100 for the tent. The Spring CAC met last week, and we had a couple of subcommittees give reports, one on the Springs corridor and one on the playground. Spring CAC had made a Stone Park, Springs corridor, and one on the playground. Somebody's feedback. Okay.
Sorry about that. I just rejoined the call, and I'm trying to shut my phone off now, so just bear with me a second. Sorry.
Sure.
The internet seems to be working again at town hall. Sorry about that.
Somebody's speaker.
On off now, so.
Are we good?
Just 1 second, Kathy. It looks like
Okay.
John's joining too, just making sure. Peter, I still see both accounts of you on.
I've shut it down on my phone, but.
Okay, I'm going to shut my phone down too, because it's a better, if I can get signed back in. Oh.
So you can remove the other one, Michael, 'cause my phone is off, powered off.
Okay, just 1 second.
I'm signing in also, Mike.
Okay, I'm going to turn my phone off.
For some reason, it won't let me remove it, Peter, but I'm trying.
I think
There we go.
got that.
Yeah, there we go. David's coming back in. And Sylvia's coming back in.
Oh, I feel so much better.
You're back, Sylvia.
Thank you.
I should be able to straighten my arm out again.
Carol's still on the phone, but I think
I'm going to try to
Okay,
reconnect in a minute.
And we're having a few technical difficulties. The town hall internet went out for a period of time, and we're logging back in now that it's up and running.
Start your video.
So we're just waiting for Carol.
Let me know when we're ready. We're waiting for Carol.
Carol's coming in right now.
Carol gets on. Yeah.
Carol, you there?
Yes.
Great.
Okay. The
All
band
right.
together. Go ahead, Kathy.
All right, I'm going to start from the top of the Spring CAC. We met last week. The subcommittees reported out on the Springs corridor and the playground at Maidstone Park. We had a very lengthy discussion about litter and how we can address it community-wide. The topic's going to be on the agenda again for the May meeting, and I expect that the CAC will come back with a few recommendations for the board. We also held the Spring CAC Earth Day cleanup, and that was a huge success. We had lots of volunteers. There was a crew at Maidstone Park, Girard Drive, and Louse Point. We picked up enough garbage and litter to fill the back of a pickup truck. And for the sanitation waived the fees for everything to be dropped off. And I personally found a car tire down at Louse Point. And then lastly, we had a presentation from the Spring School Superintendent, Deb Winter, and their business manager, Michael Henry, on the school budget for 2021 and 2022, because there's a budget vote this month. And we also talked about how they're going to configure the entrance and the exit to the Spring School come the fall. Special events and film permitting has been meeting, as everybody knows. HBO was in town last week to film Succession. Typically, we like to bring that, during our liaison report to the board, but it happened really after the fact, after we had our, last work session in the month of April. So as folks know, Monday and Tuesday, they filmed at Shadmore, and New York State closed the park. Wednesday morning, they were at a beach off of Old Montauk Highway, west of Piero Beach. And then that afternoon and the following day, on Thursday, they were at 115 Beach Lane, which was a private residence. And they had a driving scene there where we had police support down there. And then Friday, in the morning, they filmed at East Hampton Airport, and in the afternoon at Girard Drive in Springs. They, rented church parking lots and other parking lots throughout the town. They booked 100 hotel rooms in town. They did exactly really what we've asked for, come in the shoulder season and come during the week. So personally, I haven't received any complaints while they were in town. I know David went down to Shadmore just to check things out because he had heard some rumblings, but I think everything was in order. And, we've received over $20,000 in film permit fees, which is a significant amount of money. The Special Events Committee was also received an application to hold surf lessons down at Ditch Plains from Corey's Wave. And there'll be a resolution on for Thursday to grant a permit. There was lots of discussion that went on because we were just trying to, create a balance down on on a public beach with a commercial operation. We had heard from community members that they'd like to see some changes down there, and we entertained what the community had to say. And we got input from Chief Sarlo and from Chief Harbor Master Ed Michaels, because they're on the ground there throughout the summer. So the conditions of the special event permit will be from when the permit gets issued, which would probably be, if we all, support the resolution on Thursday, Friday, May 7th through October 30th. The hours of operation would be 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. We're only allowing one-to-one instruction. There'll be no camps down there. 10 people total at any one time, 5 students and 5 instructors can only operate at ditch planes. They must maintain a sign-in sheet, and it needs to be furnished upon request by Marine Patrol or PD. And the students and instructors must wear identifiable bright-colored rash guards. And we believe that this strikes a good balance, and we will be monitoring it throughout the summer. And then lastly, I just wanted to talk about the efforts that the town has been making to improve wireless coverage, community-wide. As everybody knows, at the end of last year, we hired the firm Cityscape. They're our wireless telecommunications consultants, and they're advising us in developing a comprehensive cellular coverage plan. In addition, we appointed an advisory committee for wireless communications made up of community members and staff. And Cityscape is supporting us, on like 4 tracks is the way I look at it. 1, they're currently reviewing all applications submitted to the planning department and the planning board. 2, they're preparing coverage maps. They call them propagation maps. So Cityscape has been out here this spring already. They've already made 2 trips. They visited every site in the town where we have where there is equipment, whether it's on public property or commercial property. They've prepared inventory maps, which we've been discussing in our weekly calls. These are internal, it's group, it's the town attorney's office is represented, John Chelnicki, Jameson, McWilliams, and Thomas Crouch. We've got Eric Shantz on the calls, Joanne Powell, Eddie Schnell, and we meet with the folks at Cityscape. It's every Friday. So we've been going through those maps, fine-tuning. They set us a final set last Friday. They've been reviewed by Eddie Schnell and Eric Shantz. They've been signed off on. So now that they can take it now and develop the coverage maps, and that process should take about 2 weeks. The third track that they're on is that they're going to be helping us draft and revise the town code as far as personal wireless communications is concerned, because what we've talked about it is it's outdated and doesn't reflect current FCC regulations. And they've recommended that we do a townwide poll to inform them in drafting this legislation so that they can better understand the community's needs, desires, and aesthetics. They drafted the poll, the internal committee reviewed it with the supervisor. It went back to Cityscape, and now it's going to go to the wireless committee for review. And Cityscape recommends that it be in the field for 2 weeks. They're doing it using Google Docs, and they will, oversee and monitor and report back on the results. And then lastly, the 4th track is that they're going to be working with us to develop a wireless master plan, because, people have been asking in some cases, service has improved in some parts of town. We know that the new tower at the airport, which was a replacement, is operational. That's 130 feet tall. So folks over in that area are getting great service. The new AT&T tower at the old brush dump on Stephen Hans Path at the fire station is now operational, but the Verizon CAL, the cell on wheels at the intersection of Stephen Hans Path by 27 where the highway barn is not yet operational, as we're still waiting for PSC&G to hook up the power. So that's the delay there. And I just wanted to get everybody up to speed, because everywhere I go, everybody wants to talk now. Communications, wireless communications and broadband. So that's just an update.
Yeah, thanks for the update on the committee there, Kathy. I know I get a number of calls and questions about cell service within town, especially in the springs, and we're aware of it. And the committee and Cityscape are going to help us get to a better understanding of what to do so we can get it done.
So we're making progress.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kathy. And David, do you have a liaison report for us?
I do. Last week, the Fisheries Advisory Committee met. Our discussions were broad. Discussion primarily was about we would like to continue to have the state DEC, particularly the marine resources, move on permit reform actions that can be done administratively. Two of the actions that the committee wants to continue to assess, but try to see if we can move on. One of them would be the medical waiver provision. That's something that the town board lobbied for. That's the first immediate low-hanging fruit. The second one that has a little bit more discussion points would be for permit transferability, and the committee is going to continue discussing that and potentially get a letter in that we can send to the town board, potentially to lobby the DEC Marine Resources to move on. But the medical waivers is pretty much a slam dunk. There also was a large discussion about another offshore wind project by Equinor called the Beacon 1 wind area. The Beacon 1 is planned for about 128 acres of federal waters off of New England, which is 20 miles south of Massachusetts and 70 miles east of here. When complete, it will provide reliable, low-carbon power to over 1 million households in the Northeast. They're surveying and doing work for cabling for the benthic habitat, presence of elk structures, and other things. Primarily, I want to make sure that the community knows I've gotten this information. I reached out to one of their individuals that was working for Beacon 1. Her name's Elizabeth Marchetti. They are actually having a meeting on May 5th of this month. That'd be for Long Island Sound fishermen are welcome to encourage. Then to go to this workshop, it'd be from 4 to 6 p.m. or 6 to 8 p.m. at Savino's Hideaway, 258 North County Road in Mount Sinai, New York. They're having a limited amount of slots based on COVID protocols. If anyone's interested, please contact my office. I can send that information to you, or reach out to Elizabeth at emarc@equinor.com. We have concerns, even though we don't have jurisdiction over the cable. We do have some of our fisheries are home ported in East Hampton that are interested in this project and cable laying. So that's moving forward. Last, we want to continue the discussion about our working waterfront draft analysis, looking at properties and zonings that could be used to assist the fisheries industries in East Hampton. This would include properties that are traditionally used for pack-out houses, gear storage. Always there's a need for gear storage, dock spaces, and other needs, so that we can potentially use this for some of our regulatory boards, or potentially any type of justification for either purchasing properties or saving these properties with an eye on protecting our fisheries in the town. The town board, we discussed seaplane restrictions and regulations. Had a public hearing, I believe it was back in January already. The town board received comments. I just asked the town board to look over some of those comments that we received of them, and also from our outside counsel. I know Jeff and I are going to sponsor a resolution that we'd like to move that forward in the upcoming weeks. So if you have any questions or concerns, please reach out to me so we can move that forward, potentially move that forward. Not to be outdone by the Springs, the Montauk Village Association also had a beach cleanup, Kathy, all downtown Montauk about 2 weeks ago on a Sunday. Brought my kids out there. Tim Garneau was with us, walking the streets. You do find a lot of trash in a lot of different spots, but there were a lot of kids, a lot of adults out there walking on the beaches, but also the downtown area, which had a lot of trash cans. Things get blown out or unfortunately thrown away. It was a learning lesson for my kids. So it was nice to have all four of them joined by my wife and Tim Garneau out there. That was our little pod walking around. So I thank the MVA for moving that forward. I don't know how much we collected, But we did collect a beer after at the Montauk Brewery for our hard work.
You earned it, David. You earned it.
Yeah, thanks. So also we had the Montauk CAC met last night. It was a great meeting. Kathy, thank you very much for joining us. We had a presentation from the CCOM, just an update from Laura Tuman, president. She discussed the FIMP project and their petition that they're signing, try to continue pressuring, the Army Corps of Engineers and the DEC to move us back to the front of the FIMP sand placement. I know, Peter, your office is working tremendously hard on that. But CCOM has a petition, so if there's any resident that wants to go to their website to look at that petition, potentially sign on that, that would help us get back in the front of the queue. That'd be great. Also, they were discussing they're going to be getting ready to install their floating wetlands project in Fort Pond, in which this was also funding that the town board actually approved out of the water quality funds for the CPF. So they're moving forward on that. We had two subcommittees, the airport subcommittee. The airport subcommittee is constantly worried about the fate of the East Hampton Airport and how that might affect the Montauk Airport. They did put a motion out there, and it was about a diversion study. The motion, which was unanimously passed, was the request of an update of the town's previous diversionary study and how it would impact Montauk Airport if the East Hampton Airport had any changes to its operational load. So that was a motion that was passed unanimously. It discussed.
Yeah, David, on that topic, I just want to assure everybody that, as we move forward with analyzing the airport in East Hampton and any changes, we're going to take a very comprehensive look at all the potential impacts to any changes that we make and what the repercussions are. So I think that would be appropriate. We took a look at that diversion. We commissioned that diversion study back when we first prepared to do implementation of some of the restrictions, the nighttime curfews and the noisiest aircraft and whatnot. So we'll revisit that when appropriate.
Appreciate it. I would support that also. We also they have a beach subcommittee that was reviewing our presentation that we did today. They're going to give some comments upcoming on that then too. I did read out the two motions. They also put one for bringing JLA back to Montauk, which I think is a doable option very shortly. And also the next one is they want to reconsider the fees. It was a motion that was approved to reconsider any fees whatsoever to decrease or eliminate the $50 parking fee at Kirk Park. I could see that motion. I could support that motion. I don't want to decrease it lower than what it was last year at $35, but that's my opinion, and we can have a town board discussion on that at any time. There was two questions also about dirt lot, grading of dirt lot, and I think that is going to be upcoming. There was some bluff nourishment work being done on the beach out there at the old ED40 project that was all done within accordance of their permit. Kim Shaw was overseeing that, and we're looking at the grading there. Also talked about downtown beach renourishment as based on our Army Corps of Engineering contract that has been highly mobilized and moving. The only estimate I have, not an estimate, was from May 1st up to May 1st, we had placed over 3,100 yards of sand on the beach. I've seen it being installed. I've seen the sand. The sand looks actually very white. I don't know if it came from Georgia, but it's a nice quality beach textured sand. They have to be complete as soon to May 15th as possible. And again, the bid that we awarded was for over, I think, 17,000 cubic yards of sand, which is over $700,000 in sand, which we should not have to pay that for more than 2 years because the Army Corps of Engineers should come here next year, not 2 to 3 years from now. Thank you. My rant. So with all those move forward, they had a couple of questions for me to go look at, but they're all expecting a very, very active and busy season right now. And they want to make sure that all angles of the town's enforcement is ready for that. I let them know that we have been doing weekly enforcement meetings. We're increasing our staffing levels, and we understand that it's going to be like popping a cork right now on activity, and that we will be doing our best, and we have been preparing for this for months. And with that, that's my liaison report that I have for you this week.
Thank you, David. Sylvia, you have a report for us?
I do. So I want to start out with the Business Recovery Group again. And we always have Robert Ross on at Southampton Hospital. As of last Wednesday, there were 3 patients that were there with COVID, which is quite good to get under a double digits. And even last Saturday, they only had 1 patient. Stony Brook Hospital has 58, and Eastern Region Long Island has none. We did talk about the press release for catering that was sent out I think a day before, which probably has now changed. So I think that's some of what we keep discussing is the changes in New York State and our response to them. The application for temporary dining using the same protocols that we used last year during COVID with tents. Other portions of a restaurant's property is going to be the same as we did last year. Those applications have been updated and they are on the website. If you did an application, you just have to confirm as a restaurant. If you did an application last year, just confirm that you have the same layout. If not, just submit a new layout to the fire marshal's office. Even things with the SLA have changed since we even talked about it a week ago. Wainscott CAC met, and we started off by remembering Rick Del Mastro, who died a year ago. 27 people were at the ringing of the bell at the chapel, and he thanked them for showing up. It was a very windy and stormy night, but great respect to Rick Del Mastro. David Egan presented as president of the school board, presented to Wainscott all the issues surrounding the school. This past year, their upcoming budget this year, they have 1 school board member that is running again. No one running against them for re-election, and they were very happy that she decided to run again for school board. There were, several issues. He talked about how many children they have, which is now up to 107, and only 26 are in the actual school building out of the 107. Pre-K goes to Eleanor Whitmore or to Sag Harbor, and 4 through K, the Wainscott School, of those of you who know it well, goes from kindergarten to 3rd grade. And so 4 through 12 can choose either between Sag Harbor or East Hampton schools. Their school budget for this year is $3.8 million. And there might have been some cents added onto that, but rounded to $3.8 million. Let's see. They did all their reports for their subcommittees: CPF, Code Enforcement, Highways, Traffic, ARB, and ZBA. We also discussed the little migrant house, or the little farmhouse, as we've been calling it. I know that, and I want to thank Esperanza Leon for really working on trying to see if there was some way to save that house. I want to thank Prudence Carabine also for getting Ray Harden to go over and look at it from Krapinski Builders. And Ray pretty much said that it would be difficult to move that building at all, and it would probably result more of a that you couldn't rebuild it. You would have to just duplicate it more than anything else. There were only a few roof rafters that were worth saving. And so we are hoping that we'll get someone to take some good pictures of it and document it, size, et cetera, so that we know what it was, where it stood. There was a suggestion that we have a marker perhaps placed at that site on the road so people can understand that this was part of the history and part of the culture of Wainscott as a farming community. And it is different than other areas, even in our farming tradition in all of East Hampton, but it still was different for Wainscott. So that was one of the suggestions. They're anxious for the airport that we're on the 11th, that we're going to hear all of the information that we have for the economic possibilities, and the HMMH is going to give us the complaint information and and I'm assuming that they're giving us this information, but Cheryl Gold was on the call and asked that all the jet traffic information be on that at HMMH. And I believe it's part of that. Is that correct, Jeff?
It is. Cheryl's issue is that we didn't break out fixed wing, in a way that she wanted, and it raises some sort of technical issues about how data is reported in various reporting agencies. And I've spoken to HMMH about that, and kind of given them a heads up that that's an issue, and we can hear it directly from HMMH.
Yeah, that may be a question that's asked on the 11th, and that should be something that maybe they can answer if it isn't already broken out.
Yes.
So there was some conversation among the members about the airport, whether it's, the different possibilities, reduced in size of the airport, whether it's, or if it's going to be completely closed, but they would like to have as much input as possible, and have been thinking about even a survey that might be considered. They also have started a new tree committee, and the tree committee is really looking at how to fund and how to save any trees that are already there, how to survey the trees that are certainly there, what their age might be, what they need to maintain themselves in a healthy state, and then a replacement program as we go down the road. So the tree committee is still in its sort of infant stages, and we're going to see how that's going to play out. And we've got some real committed folks to that. But talking about the tree committee also helped us come back to a situation that has been discussed in the past, which was historic district zoning for parts of Waynescott. And they seem very interested. They have talked about it in the past, but this may be the time as they see some big changes that are happening in Waynescott. There was one house that was torn down on Main Street that they're sorry to see go. And so this might be the opportunity to launch a historic district. Separate names were talked about, whether it become the preservation of historic districts for Waynescott. We had a lot of different conversation about how we're going to put it together, but I think that they're ready to at least, put their, maybe the toe was in the water before, but let's put our whole foot in the water and see if we can come up with some, a district, and if that could move forward. They talked about.
I'm sorry, just going to say, I think that's a terrific idea, both the tree committee and historic district ideas for Waynescott Main Street, because it's such an iconic place, and so much of the historic structures are still there. You have the chapel, you have the Osborne House, and whatnot.
So, and in the past, even up to 5 years, they have lost a few of their historic houses, and they, they're sad about that. And I think seeing that change is maybe prompted them to consider moving forward with a historic district. They also, this came from a member, and I'm glad John is on the call right now. Marriott has put in a new program called Villas and Homes, and they are here in East Hampton, and we have gone to their website. They are not complying with our code as far as having registration numbers for the advertised sites. So I'll be sending that information over to John so that he can look at the, and I don't know how and what the next steps would be to make sure that someone like Marriott, who is advertising per night, and how to be able to follow and make sure that that isn't what's actually happening, that they follow our code and our rental registry. So we did discuss the rental registry. That information was sent around to all the members of the CAC. And so that's certainly on their radar for this coming season. As we heard earlier, we think that, what did David say? The cork was going to pop here. And as far as the activity that's going to happen during the summer. am I attributing that to you, David, correctly?
It was either that or what I did last night, but yes, exactly.
Well done, David. But I do think that there is some concern there, and particularly when a site like this comes up and starts advertising homes in East Hampton. And that is my report.
Thank you, Sylvia. Jeff, do you have a report for us today?
The Housing Authority got some state funding that's pretty significant that's going to help them move forward on the 3 Mile Harbor plan that they're joint venturing with Georgia Green Ventures and Dave Gallo. They got $5.6 million. It came in as a mix of tax credits and funding, as is always the way they fund these public housing or affordable housing plans. And I think the intention is to try to target this housing as workforce housing, which means they change the income levels to some extent. They're going to have 2 income levels. One is a lower income requirement of 30% of the required median income, but it can go up to 60% of the required median income. And
what the median is now? I know it's been changing.
No, I don't know. I'd have to get back to you on that. But the significant fact in this plan is that they're going to have 2 different levels because they're trying to target workforce housing, and that requires a little bit more income. So far they've got two levels. As you recall, we put through an affordable housing overlay on this land fairly quickly. I was happy to get the board's unanimous consent on it. And this group that they're working with, as you will remember, Georgia Green Ventures, is a highly qualified group with a very successful developer in charge, Dave Gallo, who really knows the industry, and I'm happy to see it moving forward. They're still in preliminary site plan review. There's been some talk about the number of units, but it hasn't been settled. We haven't had input ourselves. The planning board hasn't really looked at a final plan yet either, and I'm sure that will be an issue that we deal with as we move forward. The airport has had some significant developments recently. As everyone is well aware, we had that incident with a reckless pilot's flight, and we did impose a 90-day suspension on the pilot from operating any aircraft at all from East Hampton for that flight on April 13th, in which he really failed to maintain a safe altitude. We're also cooperating with the FAA and to the extent necessary with the village of Sag Harbor. The pilot turned himself in to possibly face charges in Sag Harbor for reckless endangerment. Another significant development that I think will be very helpful this summer is that at the urging of Jim Brundage, we took a look at the requirements for special VFR. Special VFR, as the board knows, is a permission that can be granted to pilots who are not qualified to fly in marginal weather conditions to allow them to depart or arrive at East Hampton in marginal weather conditions. It's a very dangerous thing to do. Pilots refer to it as scud running, which means you're flying low underneath the cloud level. And in light of the recent crashes with Kobe Bryant and the New York pilot who crashed in New York, both of whom were not qualified to fly in instrument weather and yet were flying with permission to do so. Unfortunately, in the town of East Hampton, it's become something of standard operating procedure with the helicopters in particular. And Jim, who is a highly skilled pilot, I call him an old pilot. Jim is not a bold pilot. The expression among pilots is there are old pilots and bold pilots, but there are no old, bold pilots. And Jim is a very conservative guy and started raising concerns about the use of special VFR some time ago. I put him in touch with Hooley and was liaising between the two of them. and we got our heads together and figured out a way that we can end it. And so that is fairly big news for the airport, that we have changed our letter agreements with Robinson Aviation, and we're not going to be permitting special VFR at the airport this season, which is, I think, a dramatic change for much more than just noise. It's an absolute safety requirement, and I'm really thankful that Jim stuck with it and that was able to work with Cooley as well on getting it done. On the revisioning issue, we are going to be holding a meeting next week, a work session, at which we'll be discussing HMMH report. They do our operations and complaint data, and we're also going to bring in HRNA, who have completed a draft economic report for the airport. We've discussed this in town board, and we want the public to understand that these reports are subject to comment, to question, to criticism, and to change. They're really drafts at this point, but we want to start the ball rolling, and we're going to be posting them on the town website tomorrow. I've talked to Heath Liebman to try to figure out a way where they can be very readily accessed by the public. And so it will be available, for the week before the first work session where we'll discuss this. I'm sure that the public will be interested and have lively comments on the economic report. As you know, an economic report by another association, I think it was AOPA, was published some months ago, and it'll be interesting to hear the comments and comparisons between the two reports. I wanted to talk briefly about the assessor's office. We held a very productive meeting. It's a little late in the season for their obligations to review complaints about real property tax assessments, but it was a very productive meeting as a starting point to get in an all-electronic procedure to submit grievances starting next year. We needed a little legal advice from Jim Ryan, but we had people from the Board of Assessment Review and the assessors on a phone call and kind of hammered out some of the procedures that we hope to really have working for the next time around. This past Friday, the assessor sent out notices of assessment changes, and the tentative assessment roll has been set. The grievance date is the usual grievance date now. It's May 18th, and decisions come in within 45 days of that date. So we're back to their normal dates and procedures, and we're hoping that once we get through the grievance process, it sounded like Heath Liebman was very up on his game in terms of having the mechanism ready to be tested out for not only individual filers, but the mass filers that they receive grievances from. Those are the companies that solicit multitudes of neighbors and represent them on the way. So I'm hopeful that we'll actually get that done. I was going to talk about special events, but David McMaster did a pretty good job of looking that over. The East Hampton Sag Harbor CAC met, and guess what? We had a road cleanup too. Everybody had a road cleanup on April 24th up to Queens Lane, and they always join up with another group that goes up Springs Fireplace Road. They had a few questions that they wanted to know about the bus barn, and I've reached out to the planning board chairman to see if I can get them some information. They were interested in screening, traffic, and also some environmental protections. They were a little worried about some of the fuel oils and other materials that may be used in a bus barn, and if they're going to be.
You reached out to the planning board?
Yeah, you need to go to the school district. They don't.
No, the planning board actually looked at. The planning board looked at it. The planning board did do a planning board review. So we're going to get whatever they did. They didn't do a full planning board review, but they did do an approval, and they have some materials. They're aware of the jurisdiction of the school board. And they also raised a question about a property that they thought might be that my town might be interested in purchasing, and I directed that information to Scott Wilson and asked him to follow up on it, and we'll see if he comes forward with any kind of recommendation. A lot of this stuff was going on. The airport work was going on without being able to talk about it, so I'm kind of glad that we could finally get that out. And I'm looking forward to the work session coming up next week, and that's about what I have for liaison report.
Thank you, Jeff. The Town Property Management Committee met yesterday, and we had a discussion about Boys and Girls Harbor. The management plan update is ready to present to the town board for a work session discussion. We'll do that the last work session of May. That's a necessary step to move forward with some of the other work that has been bonded for, as well as getting acceptance of Suffolk County for those changes as well. That'll be part of the process. And again, that will be on the May 18th work session. There was also discussion about the pavilion at Boys and Girls Harbor. As the board will remember, the mess hall was retained originally on the property to be used as a pavilion for and bathroom facility for the park, which is, I think, about 57 acres in total, bordering the western shore of 3 Mile Harbor, and was the former Boys and Girls Harbor camp, which Tony Duke started back in the 50s, I believe, initially for inner city boys, and then it became co-ed. But the pavilion, that mess hall, was deemed to be in such poor repair that it should be demolished, which it was. And given that that was initially considered the site of the pavilion, we thought it might be appropriate to reconsider a potential location. And the property has an existing parking area and what were basketball courts, I believe, right at the entrance of the property, adjacent to the large open field. And that seems to be really the best possible location on the property, as the asphalt's already there for parking, and it's closer to the road for utilities, and the other, water and electric might need to be brought in for the restrooms there, and it's appropriately distanced from any neighboring properties. So the design of the pavilion, which was originally drawn up to adapt the existing mess hall, has changed somewhat, but I think the appropriate size discussed would be a 40 by 60 pavilion, roughly 2,400 square feet, and would have bathrooms adjacent to restrooms, commensurate with what the occupancy of that pavilion structure would be. As the board knows, the bonding has already taken place, and there is money set aside for this project. And as that moves a little bit further forward, we will also have presentation before the town board work session for that.
Peter, I'm sorry, I didn't get that. What was the square footage proposed?
Roughly a 40 by 60 pavilion, Jeff.
Thank you.
And if you compare that to the prior mess hall, it's actually smaller. The discussion, we had a couple of guests in the committee meeting. We had Marietta Gavaris, who's an abstract expressionist artist, and Janet Jennings from the Hampton Arts Council, both on the call discussing the future of Brooks Park property and studios. They're each working on separate tracks to identify and promote a management entity to take over the ongoing maintenance and operation should a restoration project move forward. This is a necessary component. As the board knows, the CPF fund can restore historic buildings, but the ongoing maintenance and operation costs are not covered by CPF funds currently under that program. And we have made it a practice to find outside entities, not-for-profits, to take over operations and maintenance of these types of buildings. You'll recall we have the Farm Museum at Cedar Street in North Main. We have Duck Creek Barn and Farm off Squaw Road and 3 Mile Harbor, and Second House, which is in Montauk, and the Montauk Historical Society manages that. So that's ongoing. We hope to find an entity, not-for-profit, that would take over those responsibilities and provide programming on site. The Springs Library, we've received the engineering plans for a roof replacement and chimney repair. It's part of our ongoing effort to restore that building and make some repairs that are needed. That property dates back to, I believe, the 1860s. Was the former home of Elizabeth Parker Anderson, also an abstract expressionist artist herself. In fact, one of the paintings is behind me here in my office. There are a number of paintings of hers all throughout Town Hall, and they really, frankly, grow on you quite a bit. I think they're really excellent examples of that period. There was discussion about the need to hire an engineer to design the bathroom renovation at the Springs Library to make that ADA compliant. Also, there's a need to improve the access to the building. The ADA ramp is in need of repair. There are $300,000 within the capital budget. I added another $100,000, as you recall, this year in February when we discussed the budget, as well as another $125,000 for ADA. For Springs Library and for the Marine Museum, ADA access improvements. There was discussion about the drainage and grading work being scheduled at Second House ahead of the summer season, where the outdoor areas of that property will likely be used. The invasive vegetation was removed from the western property line, and that was all grown through the existing privet hedge. That's all been cleaned out, and a split rail fence will follow in that location. It really opens up the vista as you come down the hill into Montauk. It's nice to be able to see across that historic property in its historic setting, and Fort Pond behind it. I had a meeting with Suffolk County, the county executive's chief of staff, Amy Keys, and Scott Massillon, the director of IT for the county, along with our IT staff, regarding the county's IT vaccine software that we have been using at CDCH building. Initially, we were using the state CDMS system, as was the county. They went out to bid and hired a firm to develop vaccine software for them, and we've been piggybacking on that. So they've been kind enough, the county exec Steve Ballone and staff have been kind enough to help support us in our efforts here with our own vaccination center. That's been very helpful. And going forward, there have been some changes to the software and improvements. So the county has agreed to continue to offer some training and support. And then we'll be able to take over those personnel responsibilities. We're going to have administrative access to that program going forward, and that will free up the county staff, which is needed elsewhere. So we're, again, very thankful to County Executive Ballone, Amy Keys, his chief of staff, and Scott Massillon, and all the IT folks over there that have been helping us with that. As David mentioned earlier, the Montauk Beach replenishment is now underway. I think last I heard it was about 3,300 cubic yards now have been spread on the beach. And out of a total of 17,000, we expect that work will continue and be completed mid-month. Mid-May. David's right, the sand is very white and high quality and much more compatible than some of the past replenishments, and that's not accidental. There is a slightly higher cost associated with that, but I think residents and visitors alike really won't be able to tell the difference from the natural native sand on the beach. I think that's an additional improvement. And again, we look forward to advancing the FIMP, Fire Island to Montauk Point formulation study project and with the ACOE. And at this point, we are in the process of getting necessary easements for that project and remain hopeful that that project will be moved up by a year ahead of what was originally discussed. And that's pretty much my liaison report for today. The positivity rate is statewide, I will mention, is now down to 1.7. So that's definitely an improvement. It's the lowest it's been since before Thanksgiving. It's more in line with almost to the summer last year levels. That's what I have. I believe we have resolutions.
We do. I'd like to offer resolution 2021-538. This is to accept a memorial bench donation from Mike Sempill. This will be placed in memory of his son Connor, to be placed in Maidstone Park.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passed and carried.
Resolution 2021-539. This is for Sherry and Copley to authorize a CPF project plan addition, whereas the town board had a meeting on April 1st, 2021 at 2 p.m. We would like to add this to it. It's located at 438 Hands Creek Road, East Hampton, tax map 300-118-1-6.2.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried.
I'd like to offer resolution 2021-540. This is for Cherry and Copley, authorized CPF acquisition and amend the 2021 MS plan. Purported owners Regina Cherry and Una Dora Copley at 438 Hands Creek Road, East Hampton, New York, where we had the public hearing on April 1st. This is approximately 2.3 acres of property, and the proposed purchase price is $750,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried.
Resolution 2021-541 is to retain Cooley LLP in our capacity as proprietor and operator of the airport. We have a public policy and responsibility to protect residents from the adverse impacts of noise. And we tried to adopt some local laws restricting the use of the airport, and they were enjoined by the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. And the resolution says that local governments know what's right for their communities and should have the ability to make local decisions to protect the welfare of residents. And it's critical that the town, again, regain control of the airport. And we wish to exhaust all options to protect residents from excessive noise and pursuing a noise control ordinance through the FAA and ANCA. And the attorneys at Cooley LLP have unique experience and expertise in advising publicly owned airports on protecting residents from airport noise. And we are hereby retaining them to provide additional legal services for the town for 2021. And that legal expenses and fees shall not exceed $200,000, with other expenditures to be subject to review. And that the fees are paid upon vouchers and will be paid out of budget line airport outside professional in an amount not to exceed $200,000.
Second, although some of the whereas clauses seem a little outdated.
Well, it's not bad to remind us of what went on.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried. Resolution 2021-542, provisional appointment, Director of Code Enforcement, Kevin Cooper. And Kevin is to receive an annual salary of $90,000 for a 40-hour work week. And this is to be effective as of May 5th.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried. And so in response to previous comments and discussions about the summer coming up. We will have a robust code enforcement department, fully staffed and ready to deal with quality of life issues all over town. Resolution 2021-543 is to appoint part-time police officer to East Hampton Town Police Department, Ross Hamilton, and that's an hourly rate of $26.50, effective April 25th. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried.
Aye.
Resolution 544 is budget modification, Division of Public Safety, Marine Division, and that is moving $750 from other equipment to $750 in uniforms.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed and carried. Resolution 2021-545 is to revise Resolution 2021-233, Patricia Parsons, appraisal along Lane, East Hampton. It's a resolve that Patricia Parsons be retained to prepare the appraisal set forth in the proposed dated January 4, 2021, not to exceed $1,500.
Second.
All in
Get a
favor?
roll call.
Roll call, please,
You
Carol.
need a roll call.
Councilwoman Burke Gonzalez,
Aye.
Councilman Lees,
Aye.
Councilwoman Overby,
Aye.
Councilman Bragman,
Aye.
Supervisor Van Scoyac.
Aye, passed and carried. Resolution.
Hold on, I have really bad connection here. Did I miss something or was it all ayes?
It was all ayes.
All ayes.
I heard.
Thank you.
Resolution 546, LK McLean Associates, PC, amend Schedule A, fee schedule for 2020. And that is to,
Ooh, sorry.
okay, so that's at a rate of $58.53
Second.
per hour. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, pass
Aye.
and carried. 547, amend Resolution 2021-537. And that is to include the name of the vendor to be Anne Marie McCoy, submitted a quote of $3,500, satisfies needs of the town. And that's Resolution 2021-537 is hereby amended to include the language.
Can we have a discussion on this for a minute?
Yes, of course.
Peter, can you just tell me what are the services? Are these prospective services or are these services that were already rendered, or what's going on here?
These are services for developing the vaccine website update. As you may recall, we launched the website with the help of a volunteer. That system is no longer available. And we went out and got this individual after asking for responses, proposals from two outside vendors, and this was the most appropriate and lowest price response.
So is this for services going forward?
Yes.
It's for new services?
It's for the website and going forward, yes.
So the work has not yet been done?
I don't believe all the work's been done yet, Jeff.
Okay, I wanted to know whether it had already been started and that this was like a catch-up resolution.
Would it matter?
I want to know the details.
Okay.
What was there prior work done and this is catching up, or is this for new work?
You know, I don't know what the status is, honestly, right now, Jeff.
I wouldn't mind hearing.
This is for the, let me try and find out for you.
All right, I would appreciate it.
I honestly don't know what the status is. And again, this was to deal with a situation where we're trying to get the general public vaccinated and to outreach. Honestly, it doesn't require a town board resolution. That's something I could do by executive means. If you don't support it, vote no. If you do support it, vote yes. If you want to abstain, abstain.
Well, the reason I'm asking is, I think, is because Anne Marie McCoy is a member of the Democratic Committee, and I just wanted to know at what point in time.
Is she a member of the Democratic Committee?
As I said,
are you sure?
The reason I'm asking is because her name was left off the first resolution, which I, caught my eye when we had to come back and add it to the resolution. And I think it's, I'd like to know. Excuse me. I'd like to know when the work began.
So the work has not begun. It's only preliminary discussion and planning.
Just a minute ago, you said you didn't know when.
I wasn't sure. I just got the text message from my executive staff.
Okay. I just,
So it's just that I'm not aware, if I may, I'm not aware that she is a member of the Democratic Committee, honestly. But I'm not sure what difference that would make, frankly, except maybe to you.
It could make a difference depending on when the work was performed, Peter.
There's no work that's been performed yet. And by the way, I don't believe, honestly, Jeff, I don't believe it requires a town board resolution under these circumstances.
I'm good with moving this forward.
Well, I'm interested in transparency and disclosure, and the fact that it.
That's why I brought it forward as a resolution for the board to vote on when it didn't have to be done.
Peter, please don't interrupt me, okay? Please don't interrupt
I thought
me.
you were done.
You brought it forward with no name on the resolution, and then excuse me, you're going to let me talk. I know you're going to do it.
I know I'm going to let you talk, Jeff. Just take as much time as you need.
It came forward with no name on the resolution. Then it came forward as an amendment with the name on the resolution. And I actually sent in an email to Ann and said, who's the person and what's going on? I never got a response to it. And the fact that she is a member of the Democratic Committee, which I think you do know,
I don't actually.
I think it should be disclosed, and we should know when the work began and what is it, because there is some connection there between the Democratic Committee and you. So I think it would be it's in the public's interest to know when the work occurred.
I just explained that there has been no work yet. I don't for a fact know that she's a member of the Democratic Committee. Honestly, maybe you do. I don't actually know what the current membership is. And not that particularly matters, I don't think.
You don't know the name of the people that nominated you?
Hey, honestly, can we move it forward right now?
I guess.
Yeah, okay.
So can I just say, Jeff, if you're done talking, are you finished now? I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, I am. My interest was really transparency, that's all.
Okay. And again, I'll just state that in the interest of transparency, the resolution which came forward was amended to reflect who was involved. And I'll say that, there are a number of amended resolutions, even on today. For instance, there's an amendment to Schedule A for L.K. McLean and Associates. Okay. There's an amendment to revise Patricia Parsons' appraisal. So, as much as you'd like to make an issue out of it, make it into something that isn't, when it really relates to what the public interest is in order to bring vaccine to as many people in our township as we can, most expeditiously, so be it. So be it.
Well, it was a name that was left off.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done talking.
Well, I just want to make it clear that it was a name that was left off. An unidentified person was.
I see it's being mounted out of a molehill right now. We're in a 4.5-hour meeting. We still have a lot of work to go. So I'm ready to vote on this, if you don't mind, Supervisor.
I don't know. Jeff may want to go back because we did a resolution 546. It just says inspector. Do you want a name associated with inspector? Is that going to make it better?
Sylvia, there you go. Jumping on.
No, there I go. It came forward.
I made the point. She's a Democratic committee.
You made the point for yourself. You didn't make the point.
Do we know who the inspector is? Let's find out.
I don't know. I think we shouldn't pass it until we know
They
the
might be a committee person, who knows?
But
They might be
regardless,
funding your campaign. I don't know. Maybe we should not.
you know,
I'll give you the address, Peter.
Let's take politics out of town board business right now.
I
everyone.
agree with you. I will say, I want to thank Peter for making sure that we had a vaccine site to begin with, that we had somebody that put together, he found someone to put together a place where people could register. I can't tell you how many emails I had. Where do I go? What do I do? This made them feel comfortable. Thank you for finding someone that would do it gratis. If we need to continue this for $3,500 so that people feel good, know where to go, know how to register for a vaccine, and can get over this pandemic, the sooner we do it, the better. To delay it, even by this resolution delays it. Thank you, Peter, for adding someone's name to a company. That is evidently something that one of our town board members has to have. And I'm going to vote for it.
Yeah, we're all grateful to everyone that participated in the vaccination building and getting it up and running. We all had some part in it. I'm happy about it. I'm happy that the county exec helped us. I'm happy the governor helped us. Yes. And it's a good idea when we're dealing with political people to name who we're dealing with when they're getting money from somebody who has a connection to them. And now I'm ready to vote.
So to Sylvia's point, should we go back and get the name of the inspector?
That's a little different from not naming a person. You know, this, Peter, you know, this is reminding me of how you gave yourself longevity pay. You kind of snuck it through and nobody knew about it until.
No, everybody knew about it, Jeff. We had a discussion at the town board, and why?
Yeah, because somebody called you out on it.
And you know what? You're not eligible.
Making a simple point, if we're dealing with a political person, it should be identified and acknowledged. That's all. That's my only point. And I'm ready to vote.
Okay, go ahead and vote.
I think usually you ask for the vote.
I just said, go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the transparency.
Thank you, Peter,
At
for your
this
work.
point, I believe we're done with our resolutions. We are 4 hours and 36 minutes into our meeting, and we have a very extensive executive session. We're already a few minutes late for our first outside counsel, so I will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I move to enter
sorry.
into an exec session to discuss the acquisition of real property, to discuss personnel in the Human Services Department, to discuss the litigation strategy in the cases of Sunrise Tuthill, Ocean View Terrace, and Seaview, and to receive advice from counsel.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I will send you a link immediately.
Can we make it 4 o'clock? No?
We could, or we could have a brown bag exec. Again, we have quite a few people, and I believe outside counsel is waiting to meet with us at 3:30.
Can we do
Do 4
3:45?
o'clock? Let's do 4 o'clock then.
Let's do 4 o'clock. Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you, everyone.
Favor.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
everyone.